Your Excellencies, dear delegates, good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to open the 23rd ISS Shangri-La Dialogue, Asia's premier defense summit. I'd like to begin by thanking Prime Minister Lawrence Wong for having hosted us last night. for the opening dinner and keynote address. And in the keynote address last night, His Excellency Tolam called on nations to advance a shared vision to proactively shape peace, stability, and development. And a theme that has come up a lot in my conversations in the run-up to the Shangri-La dialogue has indeed been fragmentation and the general sense that security challenges have intensified, and including here, of course, in the Asia-Pacific, where yesterday the ISS released an Asia-Pacific regional security assessment that argued the region can no longer be classified as fully at peace. We are here to engage in defense diplomacy, to build a shared sense of purpose, and to see whether solutions to security challenges can be identified and pursued together. And I'm grateful to see so many defense ministers and military chiefs alongside many senior leaders from government, the private sector, and the analytical community, all gathered here in this room to tackle this important task. In a minute, we will begin the first plenary session, focusing on the United States strategy in the Indo-Pacific. Before proceeding, let me just remind you all that speeches delivered during the plenary sessions at the Shangri-La dialogue, as well as the Q&A phase, are on the record. If you wish to take the floor to ask a question or make a comment, you have a microphone at your seat to do so. You will need to insert your delegate badge on the right side of the microphone unit to activate the microphone, and there are two steps here. So you insert the badge, you press the button that turns your microphone on. Once your microphone is on, it will turn green, and that means you're in my queue here on my iPad, and it is not yet a hot mic. When I select you from the list, I have here, your microphone will turn red, and when it does so, you can ask your question and offer your comment. I encourage you to keep those comments short and crisp so we can generate meaningful answers, but also get to a number of questions. So now, let us return to the heart of our discussion, and I'm delighted to turn to Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War of the United States, who, if I counted correctly, is now on his fourth official visit to the region since taking office, and of course he was also in the delegation when President Trump visited Beijing recently. Mr. Secretary, welcome back to the Shangri-La Dialogue. It is a pleasure to have you here, and we are honored that you are addressing the 23rd ISS Shangri-La Dialogue. The floor and the podium is yours. Welcome.
Well, Doctor, thank you very much. Good morning. It's great to be back in Singapore and at the Shangri-La Dialogue to speak about the future of this vital Pacific region. It's not a future based on wishful thinking or utopian idealism, but a future that will be defined by our collective efforts to safeguard and secure our most vital national interests. Under the leadership of President Trump, who has over the past year shown repeatedly what it means to defend American national interests, from Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela to Midnight Hammer to cartel drug boats to epic fury, we have restored a proactive and realistic approach to our own national defense, reestablishing deterrence. Now, when I was in the United States Army as a young lieutenant, the motto of my first rifle platoon was, "Those who long for peace must prepare for war." It's a simple truth that makes as much sense tactically as it does strategically. But today I want to lay out what this return to realism means for the most consequential region in the world, the Pacific. And as the 2026 U.S. National Defense Strategy makes clear, we are charting a new course for our alliances and partnerships, one that is grounded in the realities of power and interests. It is a course that will leave America stronger, our allies and partners more capable, and the Pacific region more stable and secure. The foundation of this new approach is moving away from a model of dependency and toward one of true partnership, embracing a perspective that our partners in Asia have understood for decades. Now, perhaps because of distance or perhaps because of the hard-learned lessons of history, the default Asian lens on America has been clearer and far more pragmatic than in other regions. Our partners in Asia have long understood that the bedrock of a durable partnership is not based on idealistic values, but on the concrete alignment of national interests. There is undeniable strength in this clarity, and it's what makes our Pacific allies and partners such reliable counterweights in the face of regional threats. When our interests align, we act together with focused resolve. When our interests diverge, we adjust pragmatically, without the drama or the moralizing. I think Western Europe might take note. This is a mindset we fully embrace. The era of the United States subsidizing the defense of wealthy nations is over. We need partners, not protectorates. We seek alliances built on shared responsibility, not dependency. This is the maturation of our alliances in a new era. It's a vision that puts our alliances on a sustainable footing, ensuring they are fit for the challenges of this century, not the last. This shift is not a matter of choice, it is a matter of strategic prudence. The National Defense Strategy makes clear that the old toothless, utopian, and globalist course of foreign policy was headed for a disaster. That all changes under President Trump. Our approach is one of flexible, practical realism that looks at the world with a clear-eyed perspective that is essential for serving vital interests. And nowhere is this clarity more important than in the Pacific. This region has profound implications for U.S. security and prosperity. It's the world's largest and most dynamic market area. It's why our National Defense Strategy directs the Department of War to set the military conditions required to achieve a lasting and favorable balance of power in the Pacific region. When we look across the region today, there is rightful alarm regarding China's historic military buildup and the expansion of its military activities in the region and beyond. We share a clear-eyed assessment of that security environment and a mutual understanding that a Pacific dominated by any hegemon would unravel the regional balance of power and undermine the equilibrium we all seek to preserve. The Department of War is working with the utmost focus to prevent any such unraveling. We do not approach this challenge with needless confrontation, but with a posture of measured and deliberate strength. Our focus is strong, quiet, and clear. Strong, quiet, clear. Clear about our intentions, our priorities, and our ability to deliver on the administration's goals. This is a model our Asian partners vastly prefer and have long followed. Our allies across Asia do not seek constant escalation, rhetorical theatrics, or a region defined by public confrontation. What they want and what the United States delivers is strength that is disciplined, resolve that is steady, and leadership that is confident enough to speak and walk softly while carrying a big stick. What we seek and what the president has constantly articulated is a genuinely stable equilibrium that works for Americans as well as our ally, a favorable but durable balance of power in which no state, including China, can impose its hegemony and hold the security or prosperity of our nation and our allies in question. The United States seeks to preserve the conditions that have long underwritten peace and prosperity in this region. We are the power working to sustain equilibrium, not to disrupt it, plain and simple. We defend a status quo that has enabled extraordinary growth and opportunity across the region. Our interests in the Pacific are significant, but they are also scoped and reasonable, defined by a favorable balance of power in which sovereignty is respected, commerce flows freely, and nations retain the freedom to make their own choices. This is the balance America upholds and will not allow others to overturn. Under President Trump's leadership, relations between the United States and China are better than they've been in many years. President Trump and this administration seek a stable peace, fair trade, and respectful relations with China. It's not a coincidence that this has happened. Strong, quiet, but clear is the right recipe for stability. Just 2 weeks ago, President Trump and President Xi engaged in direct discussions in Beijing that reinforced this very foundation. I bore witness to their hours of candid conversations. It was truly historic. They agreed that the United States and China should build a constructive relationship of strategic stability based on fairness and reciprocity, reaffirming that while our nations will vigorously protect our respective interests, we can secure practical, mutually beneficial agreements where our interests align. Now, all of that said, my job at the United States Department of War is to provide the military strength to support President Trump's visionary and realistic diplomacy. It's our essential responsibility at the department to ensure that the president is always negotiating from a position of unquestionable strength in order to sustain peace here in the Pacific and around the globe. To ensure our military might preserve stability, we will pair it with a clarity of intent, which is why we are meeting more frequently with our Chinese counterparts. By maintaining open lines of military-to-military communication, we can coordinate, deconflict, and reduce the risk of miscalculation. This dialogue is not a sign of capitulation in either direction, but a practical guardrail, ensuring the relationship our leaders seek at the top is preserved at every level. And while a decent peace is our goal, make no mistake, America is a Pacific nation, and we insist that China respect our longstanding position in the region, and not just insist, but maintain the manifest military strength to underwrite it. Now, to get that job done, we are changing the playbook. The era of performative outrage is over, where Washington issues loud diplomatic protests that signal virtue but do not project capabilities. Going forward, we will be intentional about how and when we communicate. And we will lead first and foremost with actions. As I said, strong but quiet. Big stick, speak softly. We will prioritize lethal capabilities, strategic discipline, and business-like cooperation over empty rhetoric and peacocking. Any potential opponent will be forced to judge us by our hard power, collective readiness, and steadfast resolve. As the national security strategy and the national defense strategy direct, our approach in the Pacific centers on deterrence by denial along the first island chain. Now, we are reestablishing the Monroe Doctrine, the Donroe Doctrine, as I like to call it, in the Western Hemisphere, aggressively defending our homeland and our hemisphere. We will protect our people. But if you look at our department's planning guidance and our budget, we're building a team capable of projecting power, a country capable of projecting power anywhere in the world, most especially here. We will build and sustain a strong denial defense in the Western Pacific that ensures aggression is infeasible, escalation unattractive, and war deemed irrational. Our military posture will be resilient, distributed, and optimized to deny quick, decisive gains through military force. This is the logic of strategy. And it's the essence of peace through strength, and the foundation of a durable peace in the Pacific that benefits all of us. We all benefit from such a policy because our quiet but clear strength will lead to stability and peace. But this is not a burden America can or should carry alone. A favorable balance of power requires capable allies with real military strength, real industrial capacity, and real political resolve. For too long, the security of this region has rested disproportionately on American military power, while many of our allies and partners allowed their own defense capabilities to atrophy. That's a bad deal for the American taxpayer, and it's an unsustainable crutch for our allies and partners. Instead, we are all best off when, based on our comparative advantages, we all contribute to the shared goal of peace and stability. This is not a my way or the highway approach. We are ready to work with all of you, where you are, based on your own situation, your own geography, and your own cultural, political, and economic realities, to ensure that a Pacific free of any dominant hegemon is secured. And that's why a core line of effort in our national defense strategy is to increase burden sharing with U.S. allies and partners, and simultaneously empower them to contribute to our collective defense. This is no longer an afterthought. It's an essential ingredient of our strategy. President Trump has been crystal clear about this from day one in his first administration and now in his second. Alliances only work when they are true partnerships. It is a two-way street. You don't have a strong alliance unless everyone has skin in the game. No freeloading. History is not over. Alliances are not judged by the number of flags, but by the number of formations. We don't need more conferences. We need more combat power. I'm sorry to say this here. Less Shangri-La, more ships, more subs. For too long, polite pleas from our European allies to spend more on their own defense fell on deaf ears. They are finally playing catch up, and we let ourselves get distracted by empty globalist rhetoric about the rules-based international order, while European capitals threw open their borders and hollowed out their militaries. You can have all the rules you want, and rules are great, but if you can't back them up with hard power, the rules are not worth the paper they are written on. Europe and NATO have some big decisions to make, and more on that soon. These same principles apply in the Pacific, albeit, of course, in different circumstances. In this region, I'm optimistic that our allies, driven by our shared national interests and the unprecedented threat environment, will step up and step up for real. In fact, we're already seeing progress. If you want to see what burden sharing looks like, consider the Republic of Korea. South Korea has invested consistently in its own defense, not because it does not have the luxury of treating war like an academic exercise. They live on the front lines, and so they build real combat power. President Lee's decision to increase defense spending to the new global standard of 3.5% and to assume greater responsibility for its conventional defense reflects simply a clear-eyed understanding of the threat environment. It won't be easy, but it's necessary for the security and prosperity of his country. This was a hard-nosed decision because they see the world as it actually is. We applaud the pragmatism and leadership demonstrated by Seoul. The region will be far more stable and more secure when other allies and partners follow that path. We see this same realist mindset from the Philippines. Manila is shifting its focus to external defense and enhancing interoperability with U.S. forces. And it's not just talk. Earlier this month, we concluded the largest ever Balikatan, which featured joint training and exercises involving the most advanced U.S. capabilities. The Philippines is also investing more to modernize its military and its Coast Guard, with President Marcos signing a budget this year that includes a 12% increase in defense spending. This spending increase will fund the Philippines' multi-year effort to develop a modern, technologically advanced, and interoperable force that can plug in and fight alongside American warfighters. We're seeing a similar and critical shift in Tokyo. Japan is taking concrete steps to accelerate its defense transformation. Together, we are enhancing our force posture and investing in the right capabilities. We're not at the finish line yet, and there's still some heavy lifting ahead, but the momentum is headed in the right direction. We have high expectations of our Japanese allies, and together we can and must each pull our weight to strengthen the U.S.-Japan alliance. Strong, quiet, clear. Australia is stepping up. Together, we are expanding the rotational presence of U.S. forces and collaborating to ensure our defense industrial base build and sustain weapons required for a high-end fight. We appreciate Australia's investment in real combat power and the commitment to integrate more deeply with the U.S. Joint Force. Across Southeast Asia, we're seeing our partners step up also. Our hosts, Singapore, consistently punch above its weight by investing heavily in its military and serving as a vital hub for U.S. logistics activities and rotational deployments, strengthening our shared regional posture. Indonesia, too, is making important strides as it modernizes its armed forces and expands the scale of military exercises with us and our partners, strengthening interoperability and reinforcing regional stability. I also want to recognize Malaysia's leadership in rapidly deploying ASEAN observer teams to monitor the Thai-Cambodia border. That is burden sharing in action. Nations in the region stepping forward to preserve peace, reduce tensions, and support diplomacy with credible capability. I commend Malaysia and ASEAN for their efforts in support of President Trump's historic peace deal. On the mainland, Thailand continues to deepen military cooperation with the United States to enhance interoperability and develop necessary readiness. Thailand, a longtime U.S. partner, investing even more. We're also seeing the same seriousness of purpose from Vietnam. Hanoi is diligently modernizing its maritime capabilities while expanding pragmatic defense cooperation with the United States. Vietnam is a great example of how nations with distinct histories and different political systems can work together in practical ways, advancing discrete efforts where our interests align to maintain a stable regional balance. And in South Asia, India is a critical anchor to hold the line. A powerful India acting in its own self-interest advances our shared goal of maintaining a balance of power across the region. India is modernizing its military to carry its share of the security burden, particularly in the Indian Ocean. It's building out the heavy industrial and logistics capacity to sustain high-end military operations, including the ability to repair and maintain our shared platforms and support U.S. Navy vessels operating forward in the theater. We've also committed to pursuing co-production with India to advance capabilities like Javelin anti-tank guided munitions. Real, tangible steps to improve the collective readiness of our forces. This kind of industrial muscle isn't just a long-term goal, it's an immediate operational imperative. And the United States Department of War is leading the way. America is undergoing a historic national manufacturing mobilization of our defense industrial base. We will produce the best weaponry in the world at scale, at speed, and at a reasonable price. This is my personal commitment to all of you, and it is our president's demand. And it's why President Trump, after spending $1 trillion on defense last year, plans to make a generational investment of $1.5 trillion on defense this year to unleash America's arsenal of freedom and expand America's military dominance for decades to come, a generational investment. President Trump is setting the gold standard. We demand 3.5% from our allies and partners, and we are going well beyond that number. We expect every single ally and partner to match that kind of resolve. For those nations that rise to this challenge, that embrace responsibility as true partners, the benefits will be clear. As our strategy states, we will prioritize working with model allies, those nations who are most capable, clear-eyed, and ready to defend their national interests. For those nations, we are moving them to the front of the line. Expedited arms sales, deep industrial base collaboration, expanded intelligence sharing. The list goes on, the benefits many. But for those who believe they can continue to free ride on the generosity of the American taxpayer, hear us now. Those days are over. Allies who refuse to step up and carry their own weight for our collective defense will face a clear shift in how we do business. President Trump believes in helping countries that help themselves. And the United States Department of War feels the exact same way. That is the nature of burden sharing. It's what we owe each other, and most importantly, what I owe the American people and my troops, the most precious asset we have. The world today is unforgiving, and that's why this bold path is a matter of strategic necessity. We have a responsibility to our people to shape the world that comes next. And under President Trump's leadership, that is exactly what the United States of America is doing. The U.S. War Department is advancing an America first, peace through strength, common sense agenda. We are reviving our warrior ethos inside our ranks. We are rebuilding our great military, and we are reestablishing the deterrence that was so dangerously allowed to erode under the Biden administration. Under President Trump, we have the most powerful and capable military in the history of the world. But our approach is not one of isolation. America first does not mean America alone, but it means realist engagement with a clear eye toward defending our most vital national interests. It's an approach that values actions over words and sees alliances as true partnerships, measured by the sovereign strength and capabilities brought to bear by each member. Practical, interest-driven models of partnership is not a cynical compromise, but instead the most realistic and reliable foundation for enduring peace in the Pacific. Our approach asks Pacific nations to do what many are already eager to do: invest seriously in their own defense, contribute more to collective security, and work with the United States in pragmatic ways that advance our shared interests. If there was a thesis statement for my remarks this morning, it would be this: join us in embracing this vision, in building a team of strong, self-reliant nations fully capable of defending their own sovereignty while contributing to our collective security, in preserving the favorable balance of power that benefits all of us. Strong, quiet, clear. I've said this before, but it bears repeating again and again. Those who long for peace must prepare for war. From my first platoon to the first island chain. Let that remain at the forefront of our minds, because we all long for peace. That time is now. The challenges we face are real, but so is the opportunity before us. We must meet that moment. And may Almighty God bless all of our troops in harm's way. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Secretary Hegseth, thank you so much for your remarks and great clarity of your message. And if you allow me one comment, we are the Shangri-La wish ships, searching for wisdom, but with a very clear sense that one needs to invest in combat power and capability, as you so eloquently underlined. We've got about 30 minutes for conversation now, and we'll collect a few questions. But I see actually that the Minister of Japan, Koizumi-san, would like to intervene. So I might turn to him first, actually, and get him to make his comment. Your microphone is live now, Minister.
Thank you very much, Pete, Secretary Hegseth. Thank you for your remarks and very powerful speech, which was strong, not quiet, and clear. I appreciate being in close communication with you. I safely feel the unwavering commitment by the U.S. But sometimes I feel some countries might underestimate the U.S. commitment. Can you give us the message to assure the region? And also, when tensions occur between allies and like-minded states, Even tensions are slight, there will be someone attempting to drive a wedge between us. I feel the US commitment is unwavering, which might be underestimated by some countries, but you are here with us today. That speaks a strong message. Japan has recently revised its policy on the transfer of defense equipment and technology. I have been advancing defense equipment cooperation with Australia, the Philippines, and New Zealand, and Indonesia too. We are making those efforts to establish resilient supply chain so that countries in the region can help each other in case of crisis. I believe this initiative is aligned with the arsenal of freedom. Is my understanding correct? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Koizumi. Maybe, Mr. Secretary, if that's okay, if I can invite you to respond to the Minister straight away, and then we group a few questions together. Is that okay? Yeah,
absolutely.
Please.
Well, Minister Koizumi, thank you for the question, for your friendship, for your engagement. I think our countries and our personal engagement is demonstrative of the kind of commitment the United States has to allies and partners. And we appreciate the extent to which you and your government have stepped up. And I think there's sort of two real ways when I look at how the world may view our commitment to this region. First is through our national defense strategy, and we very clearly listed 4 pillars. It was the homeland of the hemisphere, deterring China in the Indo-Pacific, burden sharing, and then supercharging our defense industrial base. Those were the 4. And I think too many people were focused on the fact that number 1 is homeland and hemisphere. For us, that was a reorientation toward a forgotten aspect of our defense strategy. We had a wide open southwest border that allowed 20 million illegals to pour across our borders that the Department of War was focused on securing. We've got a cartel problem of foreign terrorist organizations where we can't just defend at the border, but we need to defend in depth. So we've created the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, working with allies and partners in Central and South America to holistically get at the counter cartel challenge. Key terrain like the Panama Canal is something we lost focus on, we're refocused on, and Venezuela's seen a complete change, which creates complications for our adversaries. So staying focused and bringing renewed energy to Southern Command, which had been kind of a sleepy backwater command and now is a warfighting command in our own hemisphere, was something we had to do institutionally. But if you look at our defense planning guidance or our national defense strategy, we are funding toward, exercising toward, and planning toward the most difficult problem set, which is power projection into this region and working with our allies and partners. So there's a refocus in what we do in our own neighborhood, but in understanding that a $1.5 trillion investment from cislunar to subsea is what's required in order to deter the next conflict. And then I think the second aspect is that people want to conflate that we have global obligations with turning of our backs to this region. And that's why I've made more trips here than anywhere else and have met and will continue to meet with individual countries and in collective settings like this to demonstrate we are quietly but very strongly working by, with, and through allies based on our mutual commitments to strengthen our capabilities out here. We still have global obligations to ensure that, say, Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. We're focused on that. We can do 2 things at one time. We're supercharging our defense industrial base so that we're building 2x, 3x, 4x the munitions very soon to ensure that all of our O plans are properly funded throughout the world. So I think because there's been a lot of talk previously in the US government about pivots that were never real, there's an instinct to want to look at this and say that it is not. But I think it's the exact opposite. Underneath our entire approach is a substantive, serious approach to the Pacific, while also ensuring we maintain our obligations around the world. So thank you for your question.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll group a few questions together now. The list is extremely long already, so I'll pull out a few. First in this round, please, from Korea, Dr. Chung-Min Lee. Chung-Min.
Thank you, Bastian. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your positive remarks on the ROK-US alliance. South Korea's defense spending this year increased 8.2%, and we are fully committed to every single matrix you mentioned on a self-reliant defense posture. In this regard, my question to you, sir, is twofold. Number one, President Trump said yes to President Lee's request for American support in building nuclear-powered submarines for the ROK Navy for larger deterrence missions. And number two, wartime OPCON transfer to the ROK within the next couple of years. Could you please enlighten the audience on these two aspects of the strong and stronger U.S.-ROK alliance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chung-Min. We'll take one or two more in this round. Next, please, from China, Weibin Zhao. Your microphone is on.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm Senior Colonel Zhao Weibin from China. You just mentioned in your speech that during President Trump's historic visit to China, the two countries have agreed upon a new definition of China-US relations, which is constructive strategic stability. So, what's the implication of this new definition for US-China military-to-military relations in particular? As the head of the War Department, how would you implement the consensus reached by the two heads of states in real tangible steps rather than peacocking? Yes, so how would Pete bring peace in and war out? Bring cooperation in and confrontation out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll take from the United States, Douglas Greenlaw.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you for your principled leadership of the Department of War. Under your leadership, the Pentagon has placed a major emphasis on the key core principles like lethality, reconstruction of the defense industrial base, including accelerating innovation by leveraging private capital and commercial technology. What would you like to see from private capital to help scale these innovations, including internationally, so they can be useful not just to the U.S., but to the defense posture of the Indo-Pacific?
Thank you very much. I see we have a young leaders group here as well, and I want to get in one of the younger voices in the room as well. So if we can please get from Pakistan, Tanzila Khalil, your microphone is on. And then we'll return to the Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Recently, it was identified by the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, that Pakistan's potential ICBM capability as a future threat for the US. I wanted to seek your comment on how do you assess India's long-range missile capability, particularly in terms of the recent test of Agni 6 ICBM with a range of approximately 12,000 kilometers. Which could potentially place some parts of Europe and America within reach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So we've got a summary of the themes there as well. So, Mr. Secretary, can I invite you to weave your way through these various comments?
I can't weave as well as my boss can. Not possible. First on Korea, I see General Brunson is here, our commander, who does a phenomenal job there, ensuring that partnership is realized and deepened every single day. And I think it really does exemplify the kind of partnership, and that's why I led with the remarks about what South Korea's done. I was there when the president talked about nuclear power submarines. I think it's an important capability. I think we're looking for allies willing to expand subsea capabilities that produce real dilemmas. And I think that's what we recognize is that our undersea warfare capabilities is unmatched, substantially unmatched, and creates a lot of strategic dilemmas for potential adversaries wondering where we are and what our capabilities may be. Allies and partners seeking similar capabilities in their own defense and in regional stability makes a lot of sense to us. So I think when you're working with and talking to President Trump, someone who's willing to think outside the box and shake up sort of a stale view of what may or may not be possible, expand the Overton window, asks like that are important, and I think you'll see an acceleration in our willingness to come alongside countries that want to run quickly. Now, there's challenges, and how we get past them will require collaboration, but we're very much committed to that. And then as far as wartime OPCON transfer, the General and I have spent a good chunk of time recently talking about that. We met recently in the Pentagon with your Minister of Defense on that very topic. And frankly, it's a breath of fresh air for an ally to want to take more control more quickly. And that is an instinct we want to continue to incentivize. And I think we have to find the balance of where our military O plans and the responsibilities that U.S. uniformed members have had for decades now is honored as we phase over to wartime OPCON transfer for the Republic of Korea, which we welcome the fact that they want that. And I think it provides even more optionality for both the Koreans and the United States there in the peninsula going forward, which is a very good thing. So I appreciate that question. The second question was from Colonel, the Chinese military. Thank you for that question. And I think I was there when the conversations were had about constructive strategic stability. I think that was a great framing from both leaders about what they want from that relationship. And I think it's hard to understate the importance of the, books have been written about the importance of interpersonal diplomacy and how strong it can be. I think in this particular case, it's quite meaningful. I think there is a mutual respect, a recognition of capabilities and power, and how that could be most usefully leveraged in the world today with both powers that I want to reassure this audience, I think it's real, I think it's substantive, and I think it's meaningful for the history of peace in the region and the world. What he has communicated to me is that manifests in mill-to-mill cooperation, that in forums like this, we maximize the opportunities to confer. I wish my counterpart was here at this conference, but I look forward to other options when we can cross paths and communicate, talk about things where often actions at sea or actions in the air are perceived differently when there's no communication than when there's an opportunity at the more tactical or operational level to talk about what deconfliction look like. And I think what you'll get from the United States is good faith engagement. Clear-eyed, but good faith engagement that we are, I understand commander's intent. And President Trump has said we're going to establish this type of framework, and I think it's important for peace in the world. The third question was about defense innovation and private capital's role. The static model of how the United States of America procured weapons and acquired weapons was insufficient for the modern age. You effectively had 5 prime contractors who were appended, in some cases, not all cases, but in too many cases, appendages of the Pentagon bureaucracy, and had been grown accustomed to meeting the cost overruns, the time overruns, and the congressional annual system that gave everyone excuses to perpetuate that. Didn't give us enough, fast enough, always seeking the 100% solution that arrived a decade later as opposed to the 90% solution that we get in the hands of warfighters 2 years from now. And so I think one of the unsung heroes of our department is my Deputy Secretary of War, Steve Feinberg. He's our secret weapon. He came from the business, truly. If you don't know him, you should get to know him. He came from the business world and has taken that very same business mindset, I think for the first time ever inside the Pentagon, and has effectively said, and there's a lot of micro aspects to this macro approach, but if you want to do business with the Department of War, we'll make a trade with you. We will give you long lead times on critical munitions that we're clearly going to be purchasing for 5 to 7 years, or platforms. We're going to move into platforms. We're going to move into ships. We're going to move into airframes. You name it. You know we're going to be buying these, and Congress has been willing to move into multi-year procurement for us, which is a statutory requirement eager committees have given us and we have to be responsible with. But in exchange for 5 to 7 years of orders, we're demanding that those companies invest in their own infrastructure. So these companies are paying for new factories, new lines, new production facilities to the tune of $50 billion of capitalization. $50 billion that's not coming from US taxpayers. It's coming from companies who would otherwise, in a world of private incentives, made those investments, but it's become cozy and easy to get the taxpayers to pay for that and then pay for the munitions as well, and we've just done it the same way. So over the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to see hundreds of production lines coming online for critical munitions so that if we need more Patriots or THAADs or SM-3s or Tomahawks, or our partners do, it's not add another shift to try to eke out another 100. It's build 3 more plants so that we can 3x, 4x, and 5x the amount of those munitions that we are creating, which gets skin in the game for those companies as well. And through doing that and opening up our bureaucracy, which we go to war with our bureaucracy every single day, our job is to make sure we don't have 5 prime contractors by the time I'm done, Well, we've got 10, 15, or 20 who are able to compete on an equal footing, and now you really are building an arsenal. And then if you add on top of that co-production with partners around the world who want to do the same, now you're building a global arsenal of freedom that we require. We take responsibility, we take very seriously our responsibility as the foundation for Western defense, but the more rich countries who have robust manufacturing capabilities get into the defense business, because of the reality of the moment, the more options we're all going to have. And so we welcome that and want to be a leader there. The final question was about India, Pakistan. And I mentioned India here, but I very easily could have mentioned Pakistan and the role that the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister are playing in peace negotiations. I think an unexpected development and a true friendship developing there, which I think is important. And you saw that in the ability of the president to come together on brokering a peace between India and Pakistan, two nuclear-capable countries. I think both sides there are going to see understandable threats coming from the other, maybe some of which we see differently, and countries are going to want to develop ICBM threats, but we're not pointing a finger, at least from our view right now, at either country and calling them a threat to us, and we're grateful for, in each of their lanes, the benefits they've given to peace around the world.
Excellent. Let us get one more round of comments and questions in. If I can ask for crisp, short questions so that we can get to answers. First one in this round from the United Kingdom, Tom Beckett.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. Noting applauding the defense procurement changes that you're making in the Pentagon, on the 22nd of May, the acting Secretary of the Navy said that the 14 billion FMS to Taiwan had been paused to preserve stocks for Epic Fury. Looking to the future, that's fine. In the here and now, how do you reconcile that with expedited arms sales for partners?
Thank you very much, Tom. We take another question from China, Dong Wang. Your microphone is on.
Thank you for your speech, Secretary Hexas. Most recently, U.S. Forces Korea Commander General Xavier Brunson made a striking remark in a public interview, stating that South Korea is, quote-unquote, a dagger in the heart of Asia aimed at China. This comment stands in a stark contradiction to the spirit of a constructive China-U.S. relationship of strategic stability, which our two presidents agreed to build during President Trump's most recent visit to China, which you also just referred to in your speech. President Trump, in particular, has also repeatedly emphasized his desire to forge the best possible relationship with China. My question is simple. Does General Brunson's statement represent the official position of the Trump administration, and is characterization of South Korea's role as a dagger aimed at China authorized or endorsed by the Pentagon? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The General is in the room, so he has an opportunity to perhaps follow up with you in the coffee break. But let me get one or two more questions in for this round. And we'll next turn from India to Vipratab Vikram Singh. Vipratab.
Thank you, Bastian. Secretary Hexeth, how does the Department of War expect to establish equitable cybersecurity partnerships with allies who may lack the domestic intelligence and technical capabilities? Is there a risk that this may create an overdependence on the US private sector, which might further perpetuate a protection-based model for cybersecurity in the region?
Thank you very much. And we take from New Zealand, Anna, if you feel. Anna.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I couldn't help but notice that New Zealand was missing from your list of countries there. They have recently outlined a plan to get from 1% to 2% of GDP, a long way from 3.5. Would you consider New Zealand to be a free rider? Thank you.
Certainly sharp and clear question. We will take from Australia, which I think was mentioned, and our young leader group, Lee Sun, over to you.
Thank you. By order of risk to strategic equilibrium, what issues or conflicts in the region is the US most concerned about?
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll just lob in one final one from Thailand. Panitan Watan Yagoporn, your mic is on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your remarks. Very strong, loud, and super clear. In Thailand, I think Thai public opinion about the US is not good, given the fact that we are one of the oldest airlines and benefited a lot more from trade, surprisingly. On the other hand, public opinion about China is not that bad, still very good, given the fact that the Chinese scammers are doing a lot of damages to Thai public and a lot of Chinese weapons on Thai-Cambodian borders. Under your leadership, what can you do about it? And if I may, what can Thailand do more about it, in your opinion? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, a very rich set of themes to choose from. Perhaps, Mr. Secretary, I'll invite you to address that first point on Taiwan arms sales, and then we'll get through the other questions.
Yeah, I would, on the Taiwan arms sales, I would very much decouple the two, and we feel very good about our stockpiles, both how we use them and in epic fury in this historic moment. And I don't think enough credit has been given to President Trump for his willingness to take on this global threat and do so through Admiral Cooper and our CENTCOM commander in a devastatingly effective way. And you know, status as of right now is that any deal will be a good deal. And I had a chance to talk to President Trump this morning. He wanted me to reiterate how patient he is in ensuring that with America undertaking this kind of historic endeavor, any deal will be a good one, a great one. And he's patient in the pursuit of that because of how the implications of how that sorts out. And certainly our department, we were in a cabinet meeting just a couple of days ago, and the president said, hey, it will be a great deal. And if Iran doesn't want to make a great deal that ensures they don't get a nuclear weapon, they can deal with the guy on my left. That was the only time I've ever been accused of being on the left. And he was pointing at the War Department. And we're serious about that. Our ability to recommence if necessary is, we are more than capable. Our stockpiles are more than suited for that, both there and around the globe, because of how we balance exquisite and more plentiful munitions. So we're in a very good place. And I wouldn't, Hung Kao is fantastic, but I would not couple the two in any way at all. And I feel good about not only where we are, but where we are in future production rates as well. And I think there's been a lot of false reporting with the wrong motives about where we might be, the United States of America, and we're in a very, very strong position and feel only better about where we're going in the future. Any decision about future Taiwan arms sales, as the president said, will rest with him and is the nature of that relationship. And certainly having been there for those meetings in Beijing, there's no change in our status there. So just to clarify. Since the good general was name-checked, I don't know if he wants to say anything. I would always give the floor to an esteemed American general. General Brunson on South Korea, and then I'll take it from there if you want. I don't know if we could turn his mic on or not.
Can we turn on General Brunson's mic, please? Can you press the button on the, I think if we can get some support here, please. We need to insert the badge probably. Okay, yeah, there we go. General.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for that. Gentlemen, if you could please raise your hand, the gentleman who asked the question, that I might look at you directly. What I said was trying to describe the operating environment, because what's incredibly important in being strong and quiet is about being able to describe the environment wherein we're working. If you remember, the Prussian philosopher, military philosopher Clemens talked about Korea being a dagger pointed at Japan. The difference is we have to change our perspective, which is why the East Up map is important. By changing our perspective, we take into account how others might see us in the region. We've got to be strong. We've got to have the right capabilities within the Republic of Korea, but we have to understand that those things still exist. And you have to combat those things every day. What I was trying to do in a place of learning was talk to War College students about how we have to change our perspective and think about where we are. Then I can advise not only my service secretary, but then my secretary, my boss in the Department of War, on what things we might do. The secretary also mentioned OPCON transfer. The position that we have within the peninsula, based on our great allies represented by Minister of Defense Hong Bak, who's right here in the front row, is important. But what's also important is that we have the right capabilities at the right place in the right time, but also take into account our perspectives. I'm encouraged by the fact that my president and my secretary went to China. That is tremendous, and that we might have increased relationships where we might talk. And we have to remember that when we're talking to students, we want them to understand and appreciate other perspectives other than our own. So many times over the course of my career and the secretary's career, we've thought blue and red. Well, now there's a green there where we might have in this green space the opportunity to talk and to have military thought. The only way there will be philosophers in the future wearing uniforms like myself will be that we enter into the field of ideas. And we challenge ideas. And I'm okay with the challenge of the ideas, but we have to remember that context will always be king. And we have to take remarks contextually. And I would encourage that you listen to the entire podcast, as well as the speech that I gave to the War College students, which was pretty good.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that response.
That's why we gave him the mic.
Very good. We've got 2-3 minutes left to get to...
I'd like to give the remainder of my time to the general.
New Zealand defense spending. We've got that question on prioritizing regional challenges and conflicts, and then there was a question from Thailand as well.
There was a question on cybersecurity as well. I think what you've seen from our operations is how central we've made that capability, how important it is, how decisive it can be. And now that we're moving into the brave new world of AI and what it enables, the United States has incredible private sector advantages there that we intend to responsibly harness, which would require understanding how they work and how they can be utilized offensively or defensively, but responsibly, and working with partners on cyber. And those cyber relationships is going to be a huge part of how we enable partners, whether it's AI or not. New Zealand, I appreciate the question. Listen, I mean, if I'm being honest, 2% is not enough, and so 2% is freeloading, but I don't have anything against New Zealand. I want partners to step up. I didn't intentionally leave it off my list. I look forward to working with the new defense minister there and enhancing those capabilities. I think that relationship has been a very fruitful one for a very long time. But I think as my friends Richard Morals and John Healy know, I'm probably the most blunt with our closest friends about what our capabilities are and where they need to be to ensure that we're locking arms and shields considering the threats of the world. And we can't just say, oh, we've been friends for a long time, so let's work together. It's we've been friends for a long time, so you better have the same capabilities we do, because if we don't, our alliance is meaningless. And that's the kind of realism President Trump has asked me to inject into all relationships. I can't remember the last question.
There was a question on Thailand, public, yeah.
Yeah, I had a great meeting with, one of our oldest allies, almost 200 years, and I think played a very constructive role and is continuing to try to play a constructive role in how that conflict gets resolved. Had a great meeting yesterday with the Minister of Defense, and I think we found some public ways and some private ways that we can deepen our partnership meaningfully. So certainly very committed to that relationship.
Fantastic. Secretary Hegseth, thank you so much for being at the Shangri-La Dialogue. It's a real pleasure.
Thank you.
Please. Session, so if I can invite the next panel to join us, and thank you so much, Secretary Hegseth. Thank you so much. Please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second plenary of this 23rd IISS Shangri-La Dialogue. Those who are standing might wish now to assume their seats. I have a great challenge because that was a hard act to follow, but we have three tremendous speakers here who will address our plenary 2 theme of priorities within Asia's shifting strategic landscapes. And Secretary of War Hegseth mentioned a number of countries in his address and the kinds of partners he wished rather than protectorates. It's important in this session to have perspective from the region, and we will soon invite to take the podium the Secretary General of ASEAN, Dr. Kao Kim Horn. And remember, while ASEAN is an economic and political arrangement through the ADMM Plus, they've also exerted themselves in the defense space. The first ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting took place a few years after the Shangri-La Dialogue was established, and then the ADMM Plus followed on that. So ASEAN has an important role in defense diplomacy and consultation with some of the powers outside the immediate region. Delighted to have for the first time Chris Penk, Minister of Defense of New Zealand. 1% to 2% is sort of in percentage terms a big jump, but we'd love to hear more from you as to how you are directing that investment and what are the particular capabilities that you wish to enhance in New Zealand, and perhaps also the priority of regional geographic element that you assign to yourselves. And delighted to have the recently appointed Minister of National Defense of Lithuania, Robertas Kaunas. Some people might say, if you're looking at priorities within Asia's shifting landscape, why are you bringing a Baltic state on board? And I think the reason is that it's consistent with our strategic understanding that the North Atlantic strategic space, the Greater Middle East strategic space, and the Indo-Pacific strategic space are codependent, interdependent. After all, some in Asia did a pivot to the European theater when there were thousands of DPRK troops to be found in the European theater. And of course, we know how capabilities that Iran had also helped in Russia's war against Ukraine. So I don't think you can exclude from understanding Asia's shifting particular strategic landscapes without also including views from outside of the region. So now that you have all taken your seats, may I please invite the Secretary General of ASEAN, Dr. Kao Kim Horn, to take the podium and make his remarks. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency Chris Penk, Minister of Defense of New Zealand, Your Excellency Robertas Kaunas, Minister of National Defense of Lithuania, Sir John Chipman, Executive Chairman of the International Institute for Strategic Studies, IISS, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is a pleasure to join this distinguished discussion on priorities within Asia's shifting strategic landscape. Our region, particularly Southeast Asia, is navigating a period of profound strategic transition. The regional order is being recalibrated not only by the shifting dynamics between the major powers, but also by the growing strategic agency of regional actors. ASEAN and its member states are not passive bystanders in this transition. We are actively working to enhance our resilience, strengthen our strategic autonomy, deepen and diversify our partnerships, and sustain the momentum of cooperation and dialogue. Even as the headwinds of protectionism, fragmentation, and conflict grow stronger and more destructive. Against this backdrop, we welcome the good outcomes of the recent US-China summit in Beijing. The framework of constructive strategic stability reflects an important shared recognition between the two powers that their strategic competition needs not for close cooperation on issues of common interest and must not be allowed to slide into conflict or rupture. For ASEAN, this really matters. The US and China are our two most consequential security and economic partners, and the quality of their relationship has direct and immediate consequences for the region. We hope and expect that this stabilization framework will translate into policy and behavior that tangibly contributes to regional peace, stability, and development. This matters all the more because today's strategic environment has become more structurally complex and multidimensional than at any point in recent memory. Traditional security concerns remain, but they are now deeply intertwined with increasing competition and disruptions across digital, technological, financial, maritime, cyber, and informational domains. Transnational challenges, climate change, health security, food security, and energy resilience are four layers of complexity that no single country, no single region, and no bilateral relationship can manage alone. And while the deep economic interdependence that underpins the post-Cold War regional order remains significant, it is being actively reshaped by policies of supply chain de-risking and diversification. The central challenge before us is therefore threefold. First, to deepen our partnerships with each other, with major powers, and with corporations across the full range of challenges we face. In a more contested and fragmented world, ASEAN's enduring contribution has been and will continue to be its ability to provide institutional architecture and diplomatic processes that keep all major stakeholders engaged, discourage the formation of exclusive blocs, sustain a regional order that remains open, inclusive, and rules-based. In periods of strategic stress, the temptation to bypass multilateral platforms in favor of bilateral deals and transactional arrangements grows stronger. Demonstrating that inclusive multilateralism delivers requires constant renewal, collective commitment, and sustained political will from all of us. Our collective commitment and vision are reflected in the ASEAN 2045, our shared future, ASEAN's strategic guideposts for the next 2 decades. It envisages a resilient, innovative, and people-centered ASEAN community, anchored in dialogue, diplomacy, cooperation, stability, and the rules-based regional order. More than a development blueprint, it is an expression of ASEAN's strategic agency in shaping its own environment rather than merely responding to forces that others set in motion. As ASEAN begins translating this vision into action, it does so with renewed commitment, momentum, and a broader foundation, with the accession of Timor-Leste as our 11th member. It is a timely reminder that even amid strategic headwinds, the project of regional community building continues, and that ASEAN's answer to a more contested world is not retrenchment, but deeper solidarity, broader partnership, and more purposeful engagement with the challenges of our time. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight 5 priorities for ASEAN in shifting strategic environment and landscape. First, advancing inclusive, practical cooperation. ASEAN experience has consistently demonstrated that peace, stability, and prosperity are best sustained through openness, mutual respect, rules-based partnership, and a shared responsibility. In this regard, the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, offers an inclusive framework for practical cooperation with all major powers to build confidence and deliver tangible outcomes across the full range of issues that matters to our peoples. from sustainability and connectivity to maritime cooperation and economic development. This is moving far beyond dialogue and diplomacy by focusing on concrete area of cooperation. Second, safeguarding ASEAN's centrality in unity. In an increasingly polarized strategic environment, ASEAN's cohesion is indispensable. Our collective credibility and effectiveness very much depend on our ability to remain aligned and stay united even as external pressures intensify. Centrality without unity is an empty claim and promise. Both must be earned and renewed through the constant and consistent work of consensus building and collective resolve. Third, upholding rules-based regional order. In a world where the assertion of might override is increasingly felt, ASEAN's foundational principles become all the more relevant. The principle of mutual respect for sovereignty, non-interference, political independence, peaceful settlement of disputes, and non-use of force are the fundamentals that protect small states from coercion, preserve the space for diplomacy, maintain peace, and sustain the conditions under which cooperation remains possible. Fourth, enhancing ASEAN's role as a convening and stabilizing force. In a more contested environment, we must tactfully manage the increasing competition through guardrails, sustained communication, and responsible statecraft. This is precisely what ASEAN-led mechanisms have done for decades. The East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, and the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus are the connective tissues and key building blocks of regional diplomacy, promoting strategic trust, fostering cooperation across diverse political systems and strategic outlooks, and keeping dialogue alive even when bilateral relationships are tested and strained. Fifth, strengthening our resilience across all domains, including supply chains, critical minerals, energy systems, digital infrastructure, emerging technologies, and financial networks. In today's disruptive world, resilience is simultaneously an economic imperative, strategic necessity, and societal safeguard. The conflict in the Middle East has clearly demonstrated how events far beyond our shores can rapidly cascade into our countries, disrupting supply chains, driving up energy costs, and affecting the livelihoods of ordinary people. Resilience, therefore, cannot be an afterthought or a crisis response. It must be built and sustained consistently as a core dimension of national and regional strategy. In order for ASEAN to survive and thrive in today's world of complex challenges and constant changes. We are now building on these experiences under ASEAN 2045 of a shared future by deepening economic integration, accelerating digital transformation, strengthening connectivity, and advancing a just and inclusive energy transition. At the same time, ASEAN is strengthening supply chain resilience, narrowing development gaps, and enhancing institutional capacity so that the region remains agile, responsive, and future-ready. In addition, ASEAN is responding even more strategically to its engagement with external partners by strengthening partnerships. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in South Asia this year, we are reminded of an enduring lesson. Lasting stability cannot rest on power alone. It depends equally on trust, mutual confidence, shared norms, and sustained dialogue and cooperation. We also need to invest more in building a stronger culture of peace and to keep reminding ourselves to not take peace in our region for granted. What states across our region seek is an environment in which we all can pursue security and prosperity without fear of coercion and without being forced to choose sides. We seek the freedom to diversify our partnership, chart our own development paths, and equip our peoples to harness technological progress and withstand external shocks. This is why we remain firmly committed to an open, inclusive, and rules-based regional order and architect, anchored in international law, the UN Charter and the ASEAN Charter. ASEAN stands ready to work with all partners, major powers and small states alike, to ensure that our future is shaped less by fragmentation and division, and more by the difficult but ultimately rewarding work of cooperation, resilience building, and the pursuit of shared prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. And I particularly took note in the first third of your remarks on the emphasis you made on investing in the quality of governance to strengthen resilience, as societal cohesion is vital for national defense as well. Thank you for that. Chris Pink, Minister of Defense of New Zealand.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you for the opportunity to be here at the International Institute for Strategic Studies convened session of this, the Shangri-La Dialogue. Morena, good morning. I have enjoyed the discussion so far today, and I look forward to sharing with our fellow panel members, Mr. Secretary General, our friend from Lithuania, and to Sir John, thank you for your chairing of this session. Of course, I acknowledge our gracious host, Singapore, as well, for the convening power that you've exercised in bringing together so many friends, allies, and partners. We'll have the opportunity to share our perspectives on Asia's shifting strategic landscape. And for New Zealand, settings like this provide a platform for dialogue to discuss these challenging issues and collectively navigate an uncertain world. I think it will be possible for us to be strong, quiet, and clear, as we've heard, and that approach need not demonstrate an exclusive relationship between ships and Shangri-La. I think it will be entirely possible for us to continue to conduct dialogue in a way that is constructive, collaborative, and advances our shared interests in this region and beyond. Those things, to be clear, from New Zealand's point of view, are not mutually exclusive. In addition to the prepared marks that I will get through as fully as possible within the allowed time, it seems to me I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to acknowledge the exchange, not exactly by way of right of reply, but with a Kiwi journalist having understandably asked Secretary Hegseth for his observations on New Zealand and the part that we can play. It seems to me that we are poised to play an even greater part in this region and throughout the globe, but I would emphasise that historically New Zealand has played its part strongly. Under that heading, I would emphasise presence, people and platforms. We've been present in the globe through many conflicts over generations, and we have played our part on the side of right. Even now, we are in Eastern Europe assisting Ukraine to train its personnel for the defence against the illegal invasion by Putin's Russia. Geographically distant as this conflict may be, to New Zealand it is important for doing the right thing, but of course also demonstrating our commitment to the international rules-based order. Our people, I have heard from many of you, are very well regarded as credible, capable personnel in times of conflict, peacekeeping and other theatres of operation and exercise, and we will work hard to ensure that our people are well resourced to continue to uphold that reputation. And in terms of platforms, yes, it is true we are doubling our defence spend as a percentage of GDP, but it will remain the case that we need to maximise the potential and the combat capability of the platforms we have, even as we pivot into the future, and that is exactly what we are determined to do as a government. And as the name of the panel suggests, the strategic landscapes all around us, not just here in the Indo-Pacific region and in Asia, important as those areas are, but also across the globe. The shifting sands have seen our world becoming a more contested, more volatile and more dangerous place. And in this context, New Zealand is clear-eyed about the role that we can play, and we're determined to stay the course in protecting the rules and norms that we support, particularly for the benefit of a stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific is central to New Zealand's strategic outlook. It is our largest trading nation or region. Our energy, food and supply chain security depends on sea lanes of communication, many of which run through this region. And of course, the strategic choices made in the Indo-Pacific influence global norms and behaviour. We know that we are stronger together than when we act apart. And so for all these reasons, what happens in this region does matter to New Zealand. It matters deeply. And that is why, in the face of greater challenges,
our government is committed to doing more to protect our long-standing interests. Again, though, to emphasise, New Zealand has always been a globally engaged country. We have just celebrated our 50th anniversary with ASEAN in 2025, elevating our relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. And of course, New Zealand looks forward to expanding our relationship with Timor-Leste as the newest member of ASEAN. Our relationship is shared through a history over the years, including through the Interfet operation. That commemorates its 25th anniversary last year, in fact, and remains relevant today. It's an example of how the New Zealand Defence Force responded hand in hand with our partners to support Timor-Leste's young nationhood and the security of our shared region. This laid the foundation for our relationship today, one that is based on transparency, respect, and regional cooperation. We may be small, but we continue to make a difference. We will continue to do this in several ways. First, the rules and norms that support and facilitate our security and prosperity in this interconnected world matter deeply to New Zealand. We'll continue to work with our partners to ensure that these rules are upheld in our region. Second, we are focused on prosecuting our defence interests more sharply and with more urgency. Today, our defence policy reflects the realities that we face. This means deterring the actions that would do us most harm, and of course, we must contribute meaningfully alongside our partners in their security efforts too. Achieving this, we are clear, does require a more capable defence force. That is why we are more than doubling our defence spend and investing in a defence force that is combat capable with enhanced lethality and deterrence. We want a defence force that can be a force multiplier with our Australian ally and increasingly interoperable and even interchangeable with partners. Earlier this month, I announced the progress made by the New Zealand Defence towards replacing our ageing frigates. We are thinking about what New Zealand and our region needs for today and into the future to protect and promote the things that matter to us all. Third, we are committed to using the defence force we have. Operational activity is central to delivering our defence objectives throughout the broader region and, of course, close to home. To that end, our primary focus will remain the Pacific. We're actively working with Pacific partners to promote regional security and stability and support them in times of humanitarian assistance and where disaster relief is needed as well. The Pacific is and will remain a core priority for us. We'll continue to be active and engaged in the Pacific, therefore, alongside Australia. The New Zealand Army has recently, for the first time, concluded its participation in Exercise Balakatan. That was in April, alongside friends of Australia, the US, Japan, the Philippines, France, and Canada. This example shows that the New Zealand Defence Force is considering new ways to engage with Indo-Pacific partners in a manner that promotes the region. New Zealand has a long and demonstrated commitment to regional dialogue. This includes the 5-power defence arrangements, an integral minilateral that demonstrates the value of partners working together and improved interoperability. In summary, we know that the world that we face is more contested and dangerous than it has been for decades. And as the strategic landscape shifts all around us, our priorities remain consistent. We will continue to be an engaged and committed partner to promote security and stability in our region, building on our historic presence, our people, and increasing the lethality and combat capability of our platforms. On that note, I thank you again and look forward to our discussion together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And we're delighted that the Shangri-La dialogue offers an opportunity for all 5 of the FPDA ministers to attend. During the question and answer, it might be good if you were able to add a few points on how in this increase in defense expenditure you are proportioning the investment in new defense technologies that can perhaps have great strategic effect at lower cost. With that, could I invite the Minister of Defense of Lithuania to take the stage? Thank you, sir.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It's an honor to speak here. I thank Singapore and the International Institute of Strategic Studies for gathering us there. The ideas we trusted for consider priorities as Asia's strategic landscape shifts. I would respectfully suggest that what is shifting is not longer Asian. It's global, and it has already happened. Consider Belarus has sent hundreds of helium balloons into Lithuania airspace, closing our main airport more than 10 times. Since March, all 3 Baltic states have had drones diverted by Russian electronic warfare into NATO territory, some carrying explosives. Last week, a Romanian F-16 operating from Lithuanian base shot down the drone over Estonia. The first kinetic engagement in 22 years of Baltic air policing. Within hours, Russian intelligence service accused NATO members of launching attack on Russia from their own territory. They warned that alliance membership would not protect Latvia from what Russia calls just punishment. The same architecture is showing up here, and smaller states should not have to face it alone. There is another reason small states must compare notes urgently. Ukraine is rewriting what 21st century warfare look like, and the lessons matters here as much as in Europe. Mass and precision are no longer alternatives. Russia is exhausting expensive air defense interceptors with hundreds of cheap drones in a single night. Industrial capacity is becoming the real deterrence. The site that produces drones, artillery, and interceptors in the millions and keep improving them will have the decisive advantage. And the home front is the front. Russia's daily strike on Ukraine's civilians, nurseries, energy infrastructure, and cognitive space are being studied carefully far beyond Moscow. Societal resilience is no longer a subtopic of defense. It is defense. What common ground can we find? The rule-based order itself. Sovereignty regardless of size. Freedom of navigation. Secure borders. And the right of every country to choose their own partners. Lithuania knows what coercion from a large neighbor looks like. Economic, political, information operations. We have learned that retreat invites more aggression. Building broader ties and determination do not. We continue to engage with partners across the region facing similar pressure, including Taiwan, consistent with our One China policy, on cyber resilience, total defense, and social preparedness. Before any small country can credibly share lessons abroad, it had to do homeworks. This is where my main work lies. This year, Lithuania is spending 5.38% of GDP on defense, currently the highest share in NATO. We're building our first national army division. Germany is stationing a full combat brigade on our soil. It is first permanent forward deployment abroad since the Cold War, and we're building all necessary infrastructure and training grounds for them. We are scaling our domestic defense industrial base with new production lines of ammunition, drones, and heavy equipment coming online between now and 2028. We are strengthening our eastern frontier under the Baltic Defense Line, and relevant to this audience, we are investing in air defense, counter-drone capabilities, and low-altitude radar coverage that recent months have made urgently necessary. A second answer to the question of common ground lies in the rise of minilateral formats. The Quads, AUKUS, the AP4, the Nordic Baltic 8, the Joint Expeditionary Forces, the Demining Coalition for Ukraine. This principle works because it is selective, fast, and lets each contributor play to this strength. In a world where established mechanisms are under strain, it is increasingly the format that delivers. Lithuania is acting on its convention at the most critical flashpoint of recent month. We have political consensus regarding national contribution to the US-led maritime freedom construct, supporting freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz alongside the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and other partners. For a small state, the test of seriousness is whether we show up when it matters, even far from home. One specific area where our experience and your are converging in a real time is the security of critical underwater infrastructure. Since 2022, the Baltic Sea has witnessed a pattern of suspected sabotage of subsea cables and pipelines. Incident designed to sit in the gray zone between accident and attack. 95% of the world's data and a significant share of its energy runs along the seabed. Finally, defense industrial cooperation is one practical area where the Europe Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific must converge. Resilient allied supply chains are now and strategically capability to their own rights. Perhaps the most undervalued one in our collective deterrence. Ukraine has rewritten what the defense industry must do. We can no longer fill warehouses and assume that content will be relevant in 2 years. Drones become old in weeks, and software-defined systems demand continuous update. At the same time, we have rediscovered the need of produce of 155 millimeters artillery rounds in an industrial volume, and to hold credible strategic strike at risk in any adversary's backyard. Lithuania is adapting its industrial to all free demand, a drone manufacturing ecosystem that can modernize daily, ammunition production at scale, and long-range strike capability. And we are doing so with our allied partners. This adaptation can only happen between friends. We warmly welcome Japan's landmark decision to ease its defense equipment export rules, a signal that this region's posture is itself shifting. We are a member in the US-led Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience, and we are open to deeper cooperation with defense companies across this region, both ways. To return to the question of this session, the common ground exists. It always has. What remains is for those of us who depend on it to choose together, to stand on it, and to do so before the choice is made for us. Lithuania, small, but neither distant nor neutral, stands ready to do its part.
Thank you very much, Minister, for so elegantly explaining the common threats that are shared by those in the North Atlantic space and those in the Indo-Pacific space, and for reminding us that one needed to be able to deploy capability against so-called gray area threats. I loved your maxim between accident and attack. Perhaps during the Q&A, we might examine for 90 seconds or so the eccentric issue of balloons. You have balloons coming to you from Belarus. There is at present no capability package that is able to defeat these balloons, but they can interrupt your airspace for 3 days. And we know that that sort of balloon strategy can also be seen in the greater Middle East and in the Indo-Pacific region. So understanding how defense technologies can deal with these gray area threats is, I think, an important theme that all of you have somehow touched on. We now have well over 18 people who want the floor. I think I will take 7 or 8 questions and then give each of you a moment to answer those, principally that were directed to you. A young leader from Australia, your mic is on, Vanessa Wong.
Hi, Secretary General. This is a question directed to you. We've had a lot of countries speak up about their GDP and military spending. So my question is there a role for restraint in military build-up in our region, whether it is explained clearly or not? And what are the checks and balances and guardrails that we need to put in place?
And from the United States, Morgan Michaels.
Thank you, Sir John. My question is also for the Secretary General. Following the recent ASEAN summit in the Philippines, you were quoted by Reuters as saying that the foreign ministers had agreed to a virtual meeting with Myanmar in the very near future. Do you anticipate that ASEAN will re-invite Myanmar at the foreign minister and leaders level? If so, what will that mean for ASEAN's engagement with other Myanmar stakeholders, including opposition groups, and the call for constructive dialogue among all parties as per the 5-point consensus? Thank you.
Thank you. And from China, Zhishong Shen, your mic is on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman, Sir John Chiefman. I'm Senior Colonel Shen Zhixiong from Chinese People's Liberation Army. First, I'd like to say is that the accusation on China in a speech by the Minister of Defense of Lithuania is unfounded, while my question still goes to Dr. Kao King-hoon, Secretary General of ASEAN. After the end of the Cold War, whilst the wars and conflicts erupted and even escalated in many parts of the world, Asia has continued to enjoy overall stability and prosperous development. We all believe such an important achievement can be attributed to the common efforts of regional countries and organizations, with Asia in particular. So what do you consider to be the key factors and experience behind the achievement? What measures do countries in the region need to take to sustain this positive trend of stability and prosperity? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And from Japan, Takahiro Kamisuna.
My question to the Dr. Kaukin, Secretary General as well. Regarding the ASEAN dispensability on critical mineral, my question is because currently China dominates critical mineral processing industry in some ASEAN countries. The US, EU, and Japan, meanwhile, are seeking closer tie with ASEAN to boost their supply chain resilience. And my question is, how can ASEAN navigate this growing tension between China on the one hand and the United States and its partner on the other hand on critical mineral? Thank you.
And from Australia, Rory Metcalf.
Thank you. My question's also to the ASEAN Secretary General, and I think it's really on the question of the role of ASEAN and the ASEAN-centric mechanisms. We've heard of ADMM, but also there's the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, in ensuring that we can prevent major conflict in our region, not only in the South China Sea, but potentially across the Taiwan Strait as well. So my question is, does ASEAN have the capacity, the mechanisms, such as early warning, risk reduction, potentially the opportunity to broker dialogue? And under what circumstances, Secretary General, could you see ASEAN using those mechanisms to ensure that we don't have major power conflict in this region?
And from the UK, Viraj Solanki.
Thank you, Sir John. My question is also for the Secretary General of ASEAN. With the growing number of minilateral groups across Asia and the Indo-Pacific region, as well as a number of external powers engaging in the region, what steps are you taking to ensure that ASEAN centrality remains central in discussions that take place in and on the region. And if I can, Sir John, a question for the New Zealand Defence Minister as well. You mentioned the priority of New Zealand being a Pacific nation, but I wanted to understand what steps you're taking also to engage more in the Indian Ocean region as well. I know last year you sent your first defence advisor to India and you signed an MOU on defence cooperation with India last year as well. So do you see the wider Indo-Pacific region as a priority for New Zealand's defence engagement across the region? Thank you.
Viraj, thank you very much. We'll come back now to the panel and then also have a chance to go back to the room for another round of questions. Obviously, the Secretary General got the most of them. I'll invite him to speak third. We'll go in reverse order. But in the interest of diversity, inclusion, and equality, I might ask one or two questions along the way to our two speakers here. So let me begin with Chris Penk. You had just a direct question to you about the Indian Ocean. But could you also add a few words about how you perceive the threat to undersea cables and the priority that you attach to working with Pacific Island states and, of course, how you might wish to work alongside your AUKUS friends, perhaps also with Canada, in building the defense technology that is relevant to your own defense and security. So, Chris, if you can take the question that was actually directed towards you and a few of mine, 2 minutes, over to you.
Very good, thank you. There's a lot to cover in that. Grateful for the question. Perhaps I could start in terms of the Indian Ocean and indeed India itself as a hugely capable nation with massive population and therefore of great interest to us in terms of the opportunities that we see in our bilateral relationship with India. Of course, in a security sense, to work closely alongside them as friends, but as you've noted, a free trade agreement that's recently been concluded between our nations and with diplomatic ties being augmented with the defence attaché we've recently sent to India for the first time, a ship visit last year by one of our frigates, and so on. I think clearly India is an important aspect or part of Asia more generally. Of course, we talk often about the ASEAN region and South and East Asia is crucially important to us in New Zealand, but India will continue to be an important part of the globe for us and increasingly so in the coming years. I think maybe that connects a bit with that question around where our priorities lie in terms of the globe. You could characterise the question along a number of different lines. Geographically, of course, we are somewhat remote. Sometimes we're thought of as a small nation. Indeed, we are small compared with some of the nations here today, but geographically large compared with others, including our host, albeit with a similar population size. But certainly if you take our territorial waters out to the 12 nautical mile limit, exclusive economic zone of 200 nautical miles extended around a long, thin island nation with no near neighbours, clearly there's a large area for which we have rights and responsibilities, to say nothing of Antarctica, where we have a footprint in terms of scientific endeavour to protect and so on. So from a geographical basis, clearly our priority must remain in the region of which we are physically part. But if you think too about the kind of priorities that we need to protect in a defence and security sense, the shipping lines, and we think about the importance of freedom of navigation with the conflict as far away as the Middle East, but the downstream effect for us in terms of our economic security, in terms of fuel and other supply chain interests. Clearly we are interconnected as a globe. And so if we think about those kinds of interests, clearly the whole globe becomes relevant to us. And then if we were to zoom back into our own region, the importance of fisheries protection for ourselves and our Pacific Island brothers and sisters, transnational organised crime, including in particular the transport of drugs, and other interests related to environmental protection, scientific endeavour down in Antarctica and so on. So depending on how you characterise the question in terms of where our interests lie, clearly our region is the starting point, but there's much that we need to be mindful of and engaged in further afield too.
Thank you. And Minister of Defence of Lithuania, you were challenged on your assessment of Chinese engagement in the European space, but perhaps you could also take a crack at my earlier balloon question and anything else you thought you might like to add.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. First of all, Lithuania supports peace, stability based order, rule-based living, and we are looking for stability. What we're facing from our neighbors, Belarus, Russia, is threat, pressure, and instability. Those balloons are flying over our airspace, they're disturbing our airports, and it's not so easy to just take them down because they are flying very high. Altitude is from 5,000 till 11,000 meters. Speed of wind, the speed of balloons is the same as speed of wind. It can be around 200 kilometers, and they're sending it at night. So it's extremely hard to detect, first of all. Is it a threat? Yes, it is, because you can attach everything what you want. Now they are transferring smuggling procedure like cigarettes, but you can attach explosives, you can attach drones. And what we see in Ukraine, actually the Ukrainians starting to use same balloons to send weapons, drones, over 1,000 kilometers. Additional threats, drones incursion to our space. Yes, Russia started the war. Ukraine is now defending. Ukraine is capable to engage even long strike capabilities to Russia, to deep Russia strikes. Unfortunately, Russia also uses electronic warfare equipment, so they are disorientating drones, and they are incursion to our Baltic airspace. And it's additional threat for us, because drones carrying explosives. Even Romania, a few days ago, we saw that drone just crashed in a civil building. This is new phase of war, and war was started by Russia. Russia can end this war even today.
Thank you very much. Well, Secretary General, your four themes are there: regional military buildup, engagement with Myanmar, regional stability, the prospects of risk reduction, and then that very specific question on critical minerals rivalry and China-US tensions on that issue. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those very important questions. Let me take up on Myanmar first. Our Western foreign ministers had extensive discussion, as well as the ASEAN leaders during the retreat of the 40th ASEAN Summit. They spent so much time discuss this issue, and in fact, they had very frank and candid discussions on how to engage with Myanmar, particularly based on the 5-point consensus that was reached back in 2021. Now, of course, the main issue here is whether 5-point consensus is still relevant, and whether how should we better engage with Myanmar. And one idea came up that we should invite the Myanmar foreign minister for engagement. It's all about engagement, because ASEAN is also about engagement. And to ensure that the 5-point consensus remains in place, we will not have physical meeting, but to have a virtual meeting to, on the one hand, we will listen to Myanmar, what's happening on the ground. But at the same time, it's for Myanmar to listen to concerns of ASEAN. And there is not a major change in the position of ASEAN, but I think how to recalibrate our engagement with Myanmar in the regard. So during the retreat, the leaders tasked the ASEAN foreign ministers to discuss this, to make sure, but particularly in the context of the upcoming ASEAN-Russia Member Summit that will take place on June 18, how Myanmar will be represented at this meeting, given the fact that the invitation was extended by President Putin to the new elected president of Myanmar. So I think this is where we are, but I think the bottom line is that it's not a few invitations that everything back to normal. No, I think it's still a lot of discussions, a lot of engagement. how to recalibrate this strategically. Second, I want to come back to this regional military buildup. That's the reason why, at the end of the Cold War, there was basically the establishment of mechanisms. We have a number of mechanisms, including the Iiss Summit, the ASEAN Defense Ministerial Plus, because at the time, you see, there was great feelings in this part of the world that the end of the Cold War is basically a great opportunity. But of course, the future remains uncertain. What's important is that, yes, we have the countries in the region. Some are focused very much on globalization, but others are looking at the military buildup. But today, I would say that more countries are spending more in defense. And of course, meaning that you have to divert resources from other areas of priority. And that's a concern for us because as we spend more resources in the military buildup, it's not very healthy. That's why it's important for us to invest in preventive diplomacy, in the ASEAN-led mechanism like the ASEAN Regional Forum, the ASEAN Defense Ministerial Plus, so that we promote more dialogue diplomacy, part of the strategic trust enhancement and the confidence building. I think it's all about this, that ASEAN has been doing already in the past 30 years to ensure that our region has clear strategic trust build up. Of course, you heard yesterday evening by His Excellency Tolam that the triple crisis, including the crisis of strategic mistrust, for example, is there. But I think what's important here is that we need to make sure that there's checks and balances in this regard. That's why we produce what is called the defense outlook, basically, the defense white paper. We used to talk a lot about defense white paper, but nowadays we don't hear so much more about this. I think we should push this. I hope some of the dialogue will pick up this and promote more so that we know who invests in what and what areas and all of that. I think we have to promote defense spending transparency as much as possible. Come back to regional stability on that has been addressed, of course, is the issue of, yes, ASEAN has been focused very much on what I call the 4 Ps. On peace, on prosperity, on people, and on the planet, particularly in the energy transition. For peace, of course, through our own ASEAN mechanism and also ASEAN-led mechanisms that we deal with all the key players in this part of the world.
Should we jump to critical minerals and
Yes.
close with that? Thank you.
Yes, and on prosperity, this is where we need to engage with all partners. Particularly, we don't want to choose side. We have to engage with all. US, China, Japan, Korea, India, and of course, the EU. These are our part of our 11 partners, dialogue partnership. So we do have what we call the ASEAN Ministry Meeting on Minerals. Before we have, this is a meeting we organize every 2 years. Now we agreed to do it annually because of the critical minerals that have been discussed extensively in this part of the world. So the discussion now, particularly just in this month, is that in our region here, we have a lot of critical minerals. But how do we develop? How do we seize this opportunity so that we can use this to advance our prosperity agenda? And finally, of course, on the last point, and that is on the US-China rivalry. It's not just critical minerals. It's also an area of AI, technology, and of course, the framework of engagement. So we know that this is something that we have to engage with both US and China, because US and China are our comprehensive strategic partners, and they are the most important sources of foreign investment. Of course, also the most important trading partners. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I loved your assertion that the publication of defense white papers is an important act of strategic transparency. I think what we've discovered in Europe is that every time a defense white paper is drafted, it has to be rewritten about 6 months later. And therefore, for the moment, strategic statements made at the Shangri-La dialogue are the best way in which to achieve that transparency that we all aim for. With that solipsistic thought, could I invite Hugh Williams from the United Kingdom?
Thank you. A question for Minister Penk, if I may. You mentioned that interoperability with Australia will be an aim and that the US shouldn't forget about New Zealand as a partner. So with that in mind, does it make sense for New Zealand to join Pillar 2 of the AUKUS arrangement and as a means of improving capability and showing commitment to those partnerships?
And from the US, Daniel Kurtz-Phelan.
Thank you, John. My question is directed to the ASEAN Secretary General and to Minister Penk, though I imagine the Lithuanian Defense Minister will also have interesting views on this. I was struck by your comments about the need to sustain and strengthen the rules-based order shortly after Secretary Hegseth had dismissed it as utopian nonsense, more or less. The Chinese government tends to be similarly dismissive, and of course Mark Carney famously called on middle powers to accept the demise of the rules-based order at Davos earlier this year. For Minister Penk, I'm curious what you think Mark Carney gets wrong, to put it bluntly. And for the ASEAN Secretary General, how is it possible to preserve a rules-based regional order at a time when the rules-based global order is being undermined or actively dismantled? Thank you.
And from Malaysia, Farlina Said.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and also distinguished speakers for the insight on Asia's strategic landscape. I think across the statements today as well as yesterday, there was a mention that cybersecurity is important. It's become more of a priority, especially in the face of disruptive emerging technologies and digitalization in civilian and military sectors. I do have a question in regards to the challenges in developing rules of engagements on cyberspace, perhaps from your perspective. And for ASEAN specifically, because ASEAN actually subscribes to the norms of responsible state behavior, and this is since 2018, if I'm not mistaken, would ASEAN be interested in developing clarity on rules of engagement in cyberspace, even if appetite for this outside of ASEAN is quite low? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Indonesia, Kut Nuri Hikman Sabri.
Thank you. My question is for the Secretary General of ASEAN. You recently said that there is a real progress towards concluding the South China Sea Code of Conduct. What are the main political obstacles that still prevent ASEAN and China from finalizing a meaningful and enforceable agreement? Thank you.
And from the UK, Antoine Levesque.
Thank you. I have a question for Minister Konas. You said that small states should compare notes. What about larger states with sophisticated foreign policies and industrial capacity? I'm thinking here of India, for example. What would be your advice to small states when it comes to engaging India? And to Secretary Kao, how important is stability in India-China relations for ASEAN? Thank you.
And from Australia, Stephen Forshaw.
Thank you, Sir John. My question is to the New Zealand Minister, Chris Penk. Minister, I wanted to ask you if you can expand a little on the comments you were making about the threat from narco crime in the South Pacific. Is this a defence issue? Is this purely a law enforcement issue? Have nations got the balance right in combating this new threat? And what additional capabilities do you see as necessary in the South Pacific to help deal with it?
And from Japan, Hiroyuki Akita.
Thank you very much. My question is about ASEAN. Two quick questions to Mr. Kao. So you mentioned about the practical cooperation and also dialogue as a glue to unite ASEAN. But do you think that as US-China's rivalry intensified, do you think that practical cooperation and dialogue are good enough glue to keep uniting ASEAN? And also, sorry to ask you a very mean question, but if ASEAN were ever forced to dissolve, what kind of scenario do you worry most as a worst case scenario?
And from Vietnam, Minh Phong Vu.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. My question is directed at Secretary General Cao as well. So in your speech, you emphasized the role of mutual trust, rules and norms to accommodate power in preserving stability in our region. What do you think of the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth's opposing point about less need for dialogue and more need for power? Do you think that this is something that Southeast Asian countries need? And I would also like to hear from other ministers about your prospective countries' positions on this, if you would like to provide a comment.
Thank you very much. And from Cambodia, Sothikpu.
Thank you very much. I would like to address my question to Secretary General Cao Kum Hoan as well. There is a reason for optimism after Cebu meeting where the Philippine president have played a very constructive role in engaging both Thailand and Cambodia, Prime Minister of both countries, to task their foreign minister to continue talking. To me, this is a very good opportunity, and I would like to hear Secretary General ASEAN, what would you see the challenges, because Cambodia now is seeking UNCLOS compulsory reconciliations, while Thailand would want to talk about the format through which UNCLOS can be used to reconcile or to go forward after the cancellations of MOU 2001. Thank you.
Thank you. And from the UK, James Hackett.
Thank you, John. A couple of quick ones, if I can. The first to the New Zealand Defence Minister. You mentioned maritime capabilities, and I think a month ago your 2026 budget mentioned maritime sustainment. But what about surface fleet replacement? I noticed yesterday you had a trilateral with the Australian Defence Minister and the Japanese Defence Minister. Can you give us an update on the replacement planning and what capabilities you need to replace your frigates? And to the Lithuanian Defence Minister, you mentioned Defence Industrial Cooperation with this region. But what capabilities and technology lessons do you think Lithuanian industry could bring to the Asia Pacific? Thanks.
And from Indonesia, Rizky Wahyudi.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. My question goes to Secretary General. Several countries in ASEAN have undergone significant democratic transitions in the past 2 decades, while simultaneously facing serious domestic security threats. The evidence suggests that democratization and effective counterterrorism do not automatically reinforce each other. And in some cases, in Indonesia and the Philippines, the institutional compromises, let's say militarized counterterrorism made to address security threats, have undermined democratic consolidation. My question, what institutional arrangements does Secretary General believe are most important for ensuring that counterterrorism effectiveness and democratic accountability are genuinely complementary rather than structurally intention? Thank you.
Thank you. And from Thailand, Sarathon Nayanet.
Thank you for the opportunity. So my question goes to the Mr. Secretary General. The ASEAN basically operate on the principle of consensus, but the regional challenges are becoming more complex. Do you think that the decision-making mechanism need to be evolved to remain effective in the future? Thank you.
And from Indonesia, Klaus-Heinrich Adito.
Thank you. My question goes to Dr. Cao. Should ASEAN countries demonstrate greater support, greater solidarity with the people of Myanmar vis-à-vis the military regime? And if so, how can this be done effectively while maintaining ASEAN unity and regional stability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So these are the rules of engagement that will take us elegantly to 1 minute to 11 when we have to close this session. Each one of you have your themes in front of you. For 3 and 3. And so I think it would be excellent, rather than just specifically answering every question as precisely phrased, you said what was most important across the themes that sit in front of you, and I'll ask people to answer in reverse order from which they originally spoke. You have 4 minutes each. Minister of Lithuania.
Thank you very much. Actually, very, very good questions. Lithuania always looking for peace and stability, as I mentioned before. But what means peace through strength? This means that we need to invest ourselves to our defense first of all. And it doesn't matter, are you big country, are you small country? Lithuania did 5.38% of GDP to our national defense need, investing this year, this amount, not because we are looking for war. No, we are looking for peace and stability. But we understand that without this investment, nobody will come and help us, because there are two parts of defense. First of all, what we do ourselves, and second, credible collective defense, as with our friends, with our allies. And here, cooperation starts, military cooperation, industrial cooperation. From Lithuania perspective, we have very good relation with Ukraine. We have very good scientists. We have very well-known laser specialists, cyber security specialists, software engineers. We are capable to build drones right now, and we are doing it together with Ukraine. So our jamming systems is also used in Ukraine. Yesterday I had a meeting here in Singapore with some technology companies, and we agreed that need to find abilities to work together, create supply chains, reliable supply chains, be able to exchange R&D process and so on. This is how small countries can unite together, create reliable ecosystem, and build what is necessary for everyone defense. I believe that like-minded, transparent, and looking to the same direction countries can create very strong deterrence, first of all. Of course, we rely on bigger allies like NATO, like other constructs. So we are members. Lithuania is a member of NATO. We are a member of European Union. This helps us a lot, of course. But we had to do our homework before we become members. And now we must contribute. We are not only consumers, and small countries shouldn't be only consumers of safety. We should contribute ourselves with our most reliable and most important things that we can do. And I believe that only in this way we can work together, small countries join together, contribute together, share technologies together, and defend together. This could be the best answer for biggest threats that we see. And, for example, Baltic states, 3 small countries as a single region.
Thanks very much. Minister Pink.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those very astute questions. Can I start perhaps with the most edgy, which was inviting me to draw a contrast, perhaps even pick a side between the remarks made by Prime Minister Carney and those of Secretary of War Hegseth this morning. I think it's possible to reconcile the position of both friends of New Zealand. Prime Minister Carney, of course, emphasised the importance of the international rules-based order and called upon middle powers in particular to contribute strongly to upholding those. And of course, we've heard this morning that the loud, quiet, clear approach favoured by the US would have us not merely speak about the international rules-based order, but also to put our money where our mouth is, so to speak. I think it's entirely possible to see those as compatible positions, whereby Shangri-La is important, but so too are ships, just to echo the interesting alliteration, of course, employed by the Secretary. From New Zealand's point of view, we know that we need to be present in multilateral and even minilateral institutions, and ASEAN is one such example, relevant to this area as well, the five-power defence agreement or arrangements. And so being present and understanding the intentions of each other well is important, but so too is, of course, the tangible commitment, whether measured in terms of capability or a percentage of GDP spend and so on. And so while the classic diplomatic view of the need to carry a large stick but to speak softly is echoed in that other cliche around having more jaw and less war, I think we can have both. I think we can understand each other's intentions clearly and well and communicate in a way that makes it less likely that there will be conflict because we understand each other's intentions. But of course, to have combat capability, even to the point of lethality, that makes it clear that we have a deterrent ability to protect our own national and regional and global security. So I don't think those things are necessarily in conflict. And certainly from New Zealand's point of view, we're mindful of the need to uphold the international rules-based order, but in a way that is clear-eyed and reflects a realism and a practical approach to the state of the world in which we find ourselves. As for the potential membership of the AUKUS Pillar 2 arrangements, clearly there are three partners of AUKUS in its original conception, and New Zealand, being a non-nuclear nation as well as a non-submarine nation, is not obviously part of those particular discussions, but we're interested in our three friends' interactions and cooperation as far as that goes. Our position in relation to a possible Pillar 2 style of collaboration is that we have been waiting to see what that might look like in terms of details. We're open-minded about the possibility of partnering with those three nations and others who might likewise be invited to join. But it might be quite soon that we hear a bit more detail about what is entailed in that, and at that point we'll listen carefully, we'll engage closely at the official level and ultimately at the political level to determine if that's a partnership that we would wish to join. As for naval capabilities, I think our British friend asked about the surface capability. Of course, he's right to acknowledge that New Zealand is looking to replace its frigates. We have a whole maritime fleet renewal program, in fact, that reflects that all of our fleet, bar one vessel, will need replacing by the mid-2030s. We have two options, in fact, for possible frigate replacement, one of which is the Mogami-class frigate out of Japan, and which our friends in Australia have committed to acquire. And so that's the significance of the trilateral meeting, among other priorities in terms of regional and collective defence that we discussed today. But the other possibility remains firmly on the table, which is the Type 31 frigate out of the UK. And of course, we've got strong historic and present and no doubt future links with the Royal Navy of Britain and of course, Britain as a whole. And so we're carefully conducting due diligence in terms of both of those possibilities. And they seem to me both very capable warships, and neither would be a bad option.
Thank you very much. Secretary General, I think I can't remember in the last 10 or 12 years when we haven't had a Shangri-La dialogue that referred to the SCS Code of Conduct, South China Sea Code of Conduct. So perhaps you could take the Code of Conduct, India-China relations, and cybersecurity as the main themes of your response. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. On the current status of the progress of the negotiation of the COC, this year, for the very first time, that we set timelines. That means that both us and China would meet every month, and we had to make progress because back in 2023, we agreed that the Code of Conduct must be completed within a period of 3 years. So this is the third year now. Based on the current negotiations, I'm confident that we will conclude the COC negotiations. There are remaining some key outstanding issues that need to be sorted out as early as possible. And this, of course, has to do with whether there's going to be a binding agreement or not, for example. That's one of the issues there. Of course, also how a mechanism will have to be set up on the implementation and monitoring, for example. So this is something that we are still focusing on. So, but I think we still have time between now until the end of this year. But I would just say there's clear commitment on both sides, ASEAN and China, to move forward and get the COC in place. On India-China relations, of course, we have seen some progress in recent months between the two sides. I think it's positive development there. The engagement between ASEAN and China, there's any stability in progress between ASEAN and China, between India and China would be good for this region. You have 1.4 billion people to the north, and we have 1.4 billion people to the west. And both are our comprehensive strategic partners, and they are our major bilateral FTA partners. So for us, it's in our interest that China and India are getting along to get alike between US and China as well. On cyberspace, on cybersecurity, there have been a lot of discussions in ASEAN. In fact, we have two main mechanisms that have been taking on key responsibilities. One, of course, the ASEAN Digital Ministers meeting. They just had their recent meeting in January this year in Hanoi, for example. So they have a lot of discussion there on how to address cybersecurity issue on the one hand, but of course also on the AI and the digitalization factor. And of course the other one is on the what we call ASEAN Ministry of Media and Science Technology and Innovation, focus on the application. But I would come back on the other mechanism that we trying to address extensively, and that is the ASEAN Ministry meeting on transnational crime, which of course they have already agreed that cybersecurity, cybercrime is one of the top 10 challenges that ASEAN has to address. So we working through the various frameworks and of course mechanisms, but I want to add that just last year, for the very first time after so many years, we signed the ASEAN Treaty on Extradition and the establishment of a new mechanism, what we call the ASEAN Prosecutors and Attorneys General. So I think from the legal side, we also take up this matter as well. So I think we work on all fronts. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Just before we close, I just wanted to offer a personal reflection on the oft-used phrase, rules-based order. I think the etymology of the phrase rules-based order actually comes from when the GATT became the World Trade Organization. And the phrase, the rules-based order, was principally used for the trading system and the economic system. During the Cold War in Europe, I don't remember too many foreign or defense ministers from Germany, the UK, France, the United States talking about the rules-based order, because the way in which order was maintained in Europe was through two things. One, the balance of power, regulated by a systemic arms control process. And I suppose the question for this region now is, as military expenditure increases, as various parties try to ensure that there is a balance of power that keeps the security in the Indo-Pacific, what is the role for arms control in the Indo-Pacific? And I hope that before 1 p.m. on Sunday, a few people have tried to answer that question. But with that, could I invite everybody here to thank our three splendid panelists for an excellent plenary too, and invite you to coffee. Thank you.
Testing the English channel. The French minister will be taking the floor in French, so I'll be interpreting into English. I'm checking to make sure that everyone can hear me okay. Testing. Is that all fine?
Yeah, going this channel, we can turn.
Testing. This is the English channel, channel 1. Testing the English channel. Can you hear me okay? Keep testing the English channel. You're not hearing anything. Testing. Can you hear me on the English channel? Testing.
Testing, testing, testing. This is the English channel. Testing, testing, testing. Can you hear?
Can you hear? Okay.
I'm on the English channel now. Right, so what's wrong with the... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still, in the booth area, I'm only getting...
Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Testing. Testing. Huh. English, English, English. English? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you.
Ministers, dear delegates, let me invite you to find your seats. We will now begin our third plenary session of the 23rd ISS Shangri-La Dialogue. In this session, we will discuss Asia's maritime security disorder, and as you know, the ISS has long held the view that regional security realms and theaters are indeed connected, and of course the maritime domain is one of the ways in which that becomes quite obvious. And so I'm pleased that we will hear three distinguished voices with three perspectives on this matter. We will touch upon emerging underwater security challenges, anti-submarine warfare threats, critical underwater infrastructure, who certainly have an effect here in Asia. To that, we need to add territorial disputes, military buildup, and prevailing tensions and conflict that have an impact on the maritime domain in its various ways. And hopefully, during this session, we will also be able to discuss how to mitigate these challenges and how to promote order, stability in the maritime domain. So that is what is ahead of us for this session. And I'm really delighted to be joined here on stage by Richard Marles, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence of Australia, by Catherine Moutin, the Minister of the Armed Forces and Veterans of France, and by Sheikh Saud bin Abdurrahman bin Hassan bin Ali Al Thani, the Deputy Prime Minister of State for Defence Affairs of Qatar. They will make their interventions from the podium, and then we will turn to Q&A in the way that we've started today. So we shall start, Richard, with you. Over to you.
Well, can I thank the IISS for convening this dialogue and for the opportunity to speak on cooperative maritime security in the Indo-Pacific. This is the fifth Shangri-La dialogue I've attended as Australia's Minister for Defence, and in that time the conversations have grown more urgent, the questions are harder, and the stakes have grown considerably higher. When I addressed this forum for the first time in 2022, I spoke about a world in which the rules-based international order was under stress, and in which a military build-up of historic proportions was reshaping the strategic landscape. I argued then that Australia's approach to the world, to China, to our region, to our alliances, would be anchored in a resolve to safeguard our national interest and support regional security based upon rules. And this approach would be sober, consistent, and without drama. Since then, our government has released the 2023 Defence Strategic Review, the 2024 National Defence Strategy, and last April, the 2026 National Defence Strategy. And there has been a consistency in each of these documents. There has been a sober avoidance of hyperbole. There's been a steady trend in observing a deteriorating strategic environment and increasingly acute strategic contest. And each of these documents has concluded that Australia faces its most complex and threatening strategic landscape since the end of the Second World War. And within our region, the area where the strategic environment is most complex, where the strategic contest is greatest, is the maritime domain. The seabed has become a major field of contest. Over the past 18 months, we have witnessed a series of attacks against subsea critical infrastructure at a scale and frequency that is historically unprecedented. Now, this is not speculation. This is a documented pattern of behaviour, and we must reckon with it honestly. In November of 2024, a vessel severed 2 fibre optic cables in the Baltic Sea between Germany and Finland and between Sweden and Lithuania. Weeks later, Finnish Coast Guards seized a tanker, the Eagle S, that had dragged its anchor for nearly 100 kilometres across the floor of the Gulf of Finland, severing a power connector between Finland and Estonia and damaging 4 separate telecommunications lines. Earlier this year, the Baltic was in a state of heightened alert again after yet another subsea cable was cut, this time a fibre optic line connecting Helsinki and Tallinn, detected on the last day of last year. Finland's President Stubb spoke of national mobilisation. NATO launched a dedicated Operation Baltic Sentry to monitor and protect critical seabed infrastructure. Now, it's striking that several cables have been severed across the Baltic and the Taiwan Strait since November of 2024. Now, maybe all of these were accidents, but even if they were, it highlights the vulnerability of this crucial part of the globe's infrastructure. If they were intentional, we are left to wonder. Are countries testing our response times, testing our attribution thresholds, and testing our political will to respond? In the Indo-Pacific, Taiwan has now reported 5 separate cases of seabed cable damage in 2025, compared with 3 in 2024 and 3 in 2023. In January of 2025, a cargo vessel was found near a severed international cable northeast of Taipei. In February, a Togolese-flagged vessel severed the cable connecting Taiwan's main island to the Penghu Islands. Now, all of this matters to Australia because we are among the most threatened nations in the world to this threat. Around 99% of Australia's internet traffic flows through just 15 subsea cables. Consider that number for just a moment. 15 cables, 15 physical assets on the ocean floor carry essentially the entirety of our international digital connectivity. Our financial systems, our health systems, our communications, our intelligence partnerships, our ability to operate as a modern economy and a functioning state, all of it is critically dependent on infrastructure that is exposed, that cannot move, and, as we've now seen demonstrated in the Baltic, can be cut with an anchor in the middle of the night. Australia is not alone in this exposure. Pacific Island nations are in many cases served by just a single cable. Maritime Southeast Asia, the commercial and digital heartland of one of the world's most dynamic economic regions, is threaded through with this infrastructure. The relatively recent proliferation of subsea cables across the Indo-Pacific has been one of the great enablers of the region's economic rise, connecting communities to cloud services, to global markets, to the digital economy. These cables are, in the most literal sense, the arteries of modern civilization, and we have been slow, collectively slow, to recognise them as the strategic targets that they have become. Contests on the surface of the sea are also reshaping the maritime domain. Last year, the twin drivers of Iran's strategy of proxy warfare and the ongoing Yemeni civil war saw militia attacks on strategic choke points in the Red Sea, disrupting the principal maritime corridor connecting Europe, the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific. The costs were enormous. Rerouting of shipping, higher insurance premiums, extended transit times, a global economic hit delivered through the control of a geographic bottleneck. This year, the costs have escalated even further as the conflict with Iran has seen an effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. In the South China Sea, the region continues to contend with extensive militarisation, the construction of artificial islands, and increasingly assertive naval and Coast Guard operations. Almost 10 years have passed since an arbitral tribunal constituted under UNCLOS made a unanimous, clear and binding ruling in the South China Sea arbitration between the Philippines and China. Australia has consistently joined international calls for compliance with this decision and for the disputes to be resolved peacefully in accordance with international law. And the shadow fleet problem, vessels operating in the grey zone between commercial shipping and instruments of state coercion, extends well beyond the vulnerabilities of subsea cables. These same networks of unregistered flag of convenience vessels are vectors for sanctions evasion, for the transport of energy that sustains Russia's war in Europe, for illegal fishing, for human and drug trafficking. According to Australia's own fisheries agency, a third of the total fish catch in Southeast Asia and the Pacific is illegal. The fisheries of this region support the livelihoods of nearly 200 million people. Their systemic plunder is not just an environmental problem, it is a security problem. And it is being conducted substantially through the same opaque maritime methods of operation that enable grey zone coercion. Now, what Australia concludes from all of this is that it is now abundantly clear that the post-Cold War era is over, and with it, the optimistic assumption that political convergence and economic interdependence offsets the need for robust government spending on defence and security. States that do not invest in credible defence capability will be more exposed to coercion and face greater constraints on their sovereignty. And so for Australia's part, the Australian Defence Force is now undergoing a hard power transformation, which enables our country to deter force projection against the continent. We're also increasing our military capability to work with our partners in Southeast Asia and the Northeast Indian Ocean and the Pacific to prevent conflict and preserve our region's security and prosperity. And for this reason, Australia has made a deliberate judgment to increase the weight of our defence posture in the maritime domain. More than 40% of our defence budget under the 2026 NDS is now directed to maritime capabilities. We are engaging in a generational recapitalisation of the Royal Australian Navy, nuclear-powered submarines under AUKUS, 3 Hobart-class air warfare destroyers, 6 Hunter-class frigates, 11 new general-purpose frigates, and 6 large optionally crewed surface vessels. We're also investing heavily in the enabling capabilities that maritime defence in the grey zone requires. Satellite-based surveillance, autonomous undersea systems, enhanced maritime domain awareness, and the data and AI capabilities that allow us to track and attribute behaviour that is designed to evade attribution. For a 3-ocean nation, this is a strategic necessity. 98% of Australia's traded goods passes through Australian ports. 90% of our fuel is imported. Our economic sovereignty is, in the most basic sense, a maritime proposition. And the free and open passage of goods, energy and data across the seas is not just Australia's economic lifeblood. It is the economic lifeblood of this entire region. And it is precisely for this reason that neither Australia nor indeed any country can meet this strategic moment alone. For this is a collective challenge which demands a collective response. The Indo-Pacific needs a step change in regional maritime domain awareness to meet the threat of grey zone sabotage to critical maritime infrastructure. The technology exists: satellite-based monitoring, AI-enabled vessel tracking, blockchain certification systems that make commercial maritime activity transparent and traceable. These are not aspirational tools, they are available today. And what is required is the political will to share information, to pool surveillance assets, and to establish the regional fusion centres that would allow us to connect the dots before the next cable is cut rather than after it. NATO's Baltic Century operation offers a model, not for the Indo-Pacific to mirror, but from which to learn. And closer to home, the Malacca Straits patrol between Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia and Thailand is an example of regional states acting together in a framework consistent with ASEAN centrality to address a shared maritime security challenge. What that model achieved on piracy, we can also achieve on grey zone infrastructure threats. We must close legal and institutional gaps that make attribution and accountability so difficult. The very doctrine of plausible deniability works precisely because our legal frameworks have not kept pace with tactics. So we need stronger national legislation mandating vessel registration and monitoring regardless of the flag state. We need enhanced enforcement of port state measures. We need financial and criminal penalties that are a genuine deterrent, and we need regional mechanisms building on UNCLOS, the Port State Measures Agreement, and the work of the regional fisheries management organisations that support accountability at scale. Critically, we need the engagement of the great powers on this challenge. Using military might or coercion to force change undermines any viable international order, be that in land borders in Europe, maritime boundaries in Asia or elsewhere, and also in the subsea domain, which is exposed to a new vector of coercion that undermines the security of sovereign states. Now, I value and appreciate the hours of dialogue I've had with my Chinese counterparts. The stabilisation of the Australia-China relationship over the past 4 years has been genuinely important, and both Australia and China have worked hard to maintain it. China is our largest trading partner. China's economic success is connected to that of our region. And Australia wants a stable and productive relationship with China, and we believe that's achievable. And China has a real opportunity here. A commitment to transparency around its maritime operations would be a meaningful contribution to the regional stability upon which China's own prosperity depends. And a commitment to international law as the basis for managing and resolving maritime disputes would do the same. Because in truth, our region's stability is under pressure. Existing patterns of grey zone activity are not consistent with a peaceful and stable regional order. In recent years, scepticism about the international rules-based order has grown louder. In my 2024 speech here, I noted that commentators had framed the strategic competition of our era in different ways. East versus West, North versus South, democracy versus autocracy, and that those frames tended to obscure more than clarify. But at the centre of competition is a more fundamental proposition, whether the international system will be governed by rules applied universally or by power applied selectively. And that question matters most for the states that are not great powers. When the rules apply, smaller states have agency. When the rules yield to power, sovereignty becomes, as others have put it, the purview of the powerful. And no state in this room today, whatever its size, is well served by that outcome. The international rules-based order is imperfect. It was built by imperfect actors. It has been applied inconsistently, and it has sometimes been invoked by powerful states to protect their own prerogatives. Southeast Asia understands that more than most. But we are so much better off with it than without it. And it has been to our region's great benefit that the United States has chosen to invest in that order based on an enlightened conception of its own self-interest. The task before us, all of us, including the great powers, is the renovation of that order, not its dismemberment. And in the maritime domain, that renovation is urgent. The seabed is becoming a battlefield. The shadow fleet is becoming a weapon. The choke points through which our region's prosperity flows are under a pressure they have not experienced in the modern era. Australia is investing to meet that challenge. We are investing in our own capabilities, in our alliances, in our partnerships across the region. And we are committed to the region's security architecture and dialogue, so exemplified by the gathering this weekend, because we understand that security in our region is indivisible, that what threatens our neighbours ultimately threatens each of us, and that what we can build together we cannot build alone. The sea connects our great region, and what we must all decide is whether that connection will be governed by the laws we have built together or contested by the tactics of those who prefer the alternatives. Well, Australia's answer to that question is clear. Rules are essential, and operating by them is the pathway to regional peace, security and prosperity. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister, thank you very much for that comprehensive assessment and the way how you ranged across the vulnerabilities to the hard power choices that Australia is making and the step change that you'd like to see in some of the tools that are available but are not quite advanced enough yet. So there's a lot there we want to come back to, but may I now invite the Deputy Prime Minister from Qatar to take to the podium, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to join this important discussion alongside such distinguished leaders and experts. Today's session addresses one of the defining strategic questions of our time: the growing disorder in the maritime domain stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean and into the Gulf region. The crisis affecting the Strait of Hormuz has shifted the focus of strategic experts from a form of sea blindness, which gave more importance to land security issues over maritime ones, to deep interest and concern for maritime security issues. Maritime security is not only to be seen through the lens of hard security, but also in terms of economic disruption and human security. Indeed, the Gulf region, and particularly the Strait of Hormuz, represent one of the world's most strategically sensitive maritime corridors. It is a transit route for more than a quarter of global seaborne oil trade and for significant value of LNG, fertilizer, and essential commodity such as helium. Since the event escalated at the end of February, ship transit from the Strait of Hormuz have dropped by 90%. It is easy to take freedom of navigation at sea for granted. Yet, the prosperity of nations, the flow of global trade, and the growth of the world economy all depend upon it. Maritime routes carry the great majority of international commerce at a scale that no network of roads, railways, or air transport could ever replace. This system connects producer to market, deliver food and energy across continents, and support the daily lives of billions of people. However, this system is not guaranteed. Disruption in a key sea lanes can quickly affect supply chain, price, energy security, and economic stability far beyond any region. Protecting maritime route is therefore not only a matter of a national interest, but a shared international responsibility. And Qatar firmly believes that maritime security cannot be achieved through military measures alone. It requires a comprehensive strategic approach based on 3 key pillars. Firstly, dialogue and de-escalation. Regional security cannot be sustainable without diplomatic engagement and channel of communication among all concerned actors. In this, Qatar, in full coordination with the regional partners, reaffirms its support to the Pakistani mediation effort, which currently constitute the most credible and active channel of dialogue. Secondly, respect for international law. The principle of the United Nations Charter and the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea must remain the foundation of maritime governance. The freedom of navigation and the protection of civilian shipping are essential principles that must be preserved jointly. Therefore, Qatar firmly rejects the use of international waterways as a tool for political pressure. If we allow such an example to be set, then what we have seen in the Strait of Hormuz can happen in the Indo-Pacific or elsewhere. Article 44 of the UN clause clearly states bordering straits shall not hamper transit passage. Thirdly, international and regional cooperation. No single state can secure maritime routes alone. The complexity of modern threats require deeper coordination between regional partners and international allies. I would like to stress that this situation cannot be allowed to reoccur, and Qatar, together with our partner, will spare no effort to reach a sustainable political solution that will enable to keep this waterway safe and fully open. Ladies and gentlemen, the security of the Strait of Hormuz and the wider Gulf closely linked to the global security. What happened in our water affects the global market, international supply chain, and international stability itself. The Gulf area is currently the point of impact, but the shock waves extend far beyond it, affecting countries very remote from the actual military theater. Therefore, safeguarding freedom of navigation is not only a regional priority, it is an international strategic imperative. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for this important message, and I think the audience here at the Shangri-La Dialogue will really appreciate to hear from Qatar as you are grappling with what you described as a regional issue with global effects that all of us, I think, can relate to. So it was very important to hear your perspective. Thank you for that. May I invite a Minister from France to take the podium, please.
Ministers, members of parliaments, ambassadors and official representatives, general officers, ladies and gentlemen in your respective ranks and capacities, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to thank Singapore for watching us here. In particular, I would like also to thank Iiss for giving me the floor here 1 year after President Macron's address. This unique and valuable forum that is very dear to us. It is the meeting place where the security of Asia is debated, which means it is the balance of the world that is being discussed, because this is precisely what is at stake. Our topic today focuses on maritime security. It engages the freedom of the seas, the continuity of our supply chains, the resilience of our economies, and the daily lives of our citizens. Ultimately, it is about the sovereignty of states. The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is a stark reminder that crises are no longer organized in silos. The war of aggression against Ukraine produces ripple effects across Asia and Africa. These repercussions serve as a warning of what a major crisis in Asia might lead to, for example, in the South China Sea near Taiwan, and near the vital shipping routes of Malacca and Lombok. It has therefore been a major issue for France. France, an Indo-Pacific nation stretching from Reunion Island to Wallis and Futuna, from Mayotte to New Caledonia, from French Polynesia to the French Southern and Antarctic territories. More than 1.5 million French people live in these territories of the French Republic, closer to 2 million if we were to include French citizens residing in the nearby countries. These regions give France the majority of its exclusive economic zone, making it home to the world's second largest maritime domain. The stakes for France are high, and so are the responsibilities that come with them. France intends to play its parts with regards to peace and equilibrium in the region. More than 8,000 French troops are permanently deployed on the ground. They're there to protect our citizens, territories, and partners. This also means that France is not an external power that would comment on developments in the Indo-Pacific region. France is a long-term partner, a reliable partner, a predictable partner. Our Indo-Pacific strategy is based on a clear principle: to stand alongside the states of the region that wish to defend their independence, sovereignty, and freedom of choice. Because that is what is at stake today. France will protect the global economy and also protect the countries that need to ensure their rights. That is why France is present in the Red Sea. through Operation Aspides, the European Operation Aspides, to protect shipping boats transiting the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. France is also part of the initiative, the Hormuz Initiative, with 40 partner nations committed to working hand in hand when the conditions are met. And of course, the objective is to ensure the freedom of navigation. This mission is purely defensive, is purely grounded in law and diplomacy. Because, of course, seas must remain spaces of circulation and do not become tools of blackmail. France is active in Southeast Asia through regular deployments such as the La Pérouse exercise in 2025, with maritime crisis scenario across the region's key straits. This exercise reflects our shared ambition, interoperability, trust, shared reflexes in order to overcome crises. And then we also take action to address the issue of shadow fleets. The Russian shadow fleet was designed to circumvent sanctions imposed after the invasion of Ukraine, and it operates far beyond the European theater. In the face of such behavior, our response is very firm. It includes strengthened port inspections, maritime surveillance, cooperation between states, and intelligence sharing. And every time it is necessary, and in accordance with the provisions of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, interception capabilities. We have already seen it. France also wishes to acknowledge its Asian partners who carry out these inspections and fully live up to their responsibilities. But maritime disorder doesn't only come from states born out of gray zones, hybrid threats, criminal actors, and environmental crises. Our critical underwater infrastructure has been targeted. Suspect activity has been spotted near our underwater cables. Interruptions have been reported in the Red Sea, the Baltic Sea, and in the Taiwan Strait. These events are rarely claimed, they're difficult to attribute, and it is clear that they are designed to test us. Once again, it circles back to what I already said, without being naive. That is why we need to build tangible coalitions, and this is what we are firmly doing in Europe, to provide security guarantees to Ukraine with the coalition of the willing. Last year, in this very same forum, President Macron called for the creation of coalitions of independent nations based on sovereignty partnerships between Europe and the Indo-Pacific region. My predecessor, Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu, had already outlined this, to bring together powers that refuse automatic alignment, which is the very logic of the law of the fittest, and to bring together nations that wish to defend their sovereignty on the basis of law. And there's an area where this concept must become reality: maritime security. Different states, sometimes with different interests, can nonetheless come together with the same assessment. No one benefits from maritime chaos. No one benefits from piracy, illegal trafficking, the destruction of resources, vulnerable underwater cables, ocean pollution. Piracy in the Western Indian Ocean has been contained thanks to collective initiatives, notably the European Operation Atalanta. Many Indo-Pacific partners have in fact taken part in this operation. Illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing must be addressed with the same resolve. IUU fishing destroys resources, weakens coastal economies, and can at times support hybrid strategies. Fishing flotillas can also in some cases be used as instruments of intimidation. Our forces in Reunion Island, New Caledonia, and French Polynesia are already carrying out boats inspections in our waters. Our forces stand ready to keep doing so alongside states that wish to cooperate in the name of sovereignty. And the same principle applies to drug trafficking. A significant share of illicit drugs is trafficked by sea. Under French law, the French Navy is authorized to conduct routine boarding operations and high seas inspections. Recent drug seizures have reached record levels, 80 tons in 2025. This shows the scale of the problem. It also shows that criminal organizations are using maritime routes as highways for illicit activity. Finally, There can be no discussion of security in Asia without addressing climate change. This issue is more often than not sidelined or is secondary to geostrategic consideration. In the Indo-Pacific region, climate vulnerability is experienced daily by all of us. Rising sea levels, cyclones, resources-related tensions, population displacement are all security threats. France, through its armed forces, works hand-in-hand with its partners in humanitarian assistance and disaster response operations. This includes operations Marara and Croix du Sud, conducted by our forces in French Polynesia and New Caledonia. On top of it, there's the ADMM Plus project and the FRANZ mechanism in the Indo-Pacific. And France will keep pushing these issues during the Western Pacific Naval Symposium hosted in French Polynesia, and it will focus on environmental security. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to be taken seriously, we need the means to do so. The Pégase mission was announced by French President during his visit to South Korea and Japan in April. It will showcase our capability to rapidly project over long distances together with partners whom I would like to acknowledge today with our air and space forces. Our defense budget has the same objective, ensuring France has a genuine strategic autonomy, with a budget that will have doubled between 2017 and 2027, with renewed capabilities and with the launch of the construction of our future nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Our credibility in Asia also depends on our robustness in Europe, defending Ukraine in the face of the Russian aggression, reinforcing the Europe of defense, which is the European pillar of NATO, preserving a nuclear deterrence power, understanding that our vital interests have a European dimension through forward deterrence. And it all comes down to the same effort, because a weakened France in Europe won't be stronger in the Indo-Pacific region. France, ladies and gentlemen, will therefore answer the call. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council, as a European nation, as a nuclear power, as a nation of the Indo-Pacific, committed to its strategic autonomy, close to its territories, its citizens and partners. We are committed to contributing to free, open, safe and regulated maritime areas, to keeping international straits open, free from any vetting or toll mechanisms, to making sure that law prevails over force, to guaranteeing that every state remains sovereign regardless of its size. That is what France strives for. Our partners know it. France's commitment is reliable, predictable and enduring. Our competitors must know it too. Whatever the challenges they present us with at sea or elsewhere, our resolve will remain unwavering. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much for that speech and for the perspective from, as you stressed, a nation that has a presence and obligations across multiple regions. All three of you have stressed the complexity and importance of the maritime domain and the wide range of vulnerabilities and threats and the collaboration and cooperation, but also investment that might be required to manage them. So that gives us a very broad set of issues to discuss now in the next 50 minutes or so. My screen is already full of names that are seeking the floor, so I might again collect 6 or 7 interventions before I return to our speakers to see that we get some answers, and then we might do another round. So let me start with a question from Japan, Tadashi Maeda. Your microphone is on.
Thank you. Director, first of all, David, my really appreciation of the decision of the Australian on attracting that Montgomery-class frigates, and that we are more steady supporting that this shipbuilding capability of Henderson shipyard. This is a Japanese commitment. And my question is that to Deputy Prime Minister Miles on Australia is that your views on the vulnerability of Pacific Island nations. Especially, Australia already agreed with national security with Papua New Guinea. And also we are now doing a lot about the support to Papua New Guinea and Fiji. And then together with our Australian counterpart and US counterpart as well, that's like a tangible case is that Palau the deal of the publishing optical fiber cable under the sea, and also that's a Digital Pacific deal. And my question is that how do you see that vulnerability to Papua New Guinea in particular on some separation movement of a Bougainville? And that's a very critically important, a very strategic issue, not just only maritime issue, but my question is how do you see the situation of this separation movement of Bougainville? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we'll take from India, Darshana Barua.
Thank you, Bastian. I have two questions, one to Australia and one to France. Minister Miles, you mentioned, you talked about the disruptions to subsea cables and critical underwater infrastructure. A lot of the responses from the Baltic states to disruption of CUI has been through NATO and in deployment of military assets. In the absence of a NATO-like structure in the Indo-Pacific, what regional framework does Australia envision in addressing CUI disruptions when neighbors don't agree whether it's accidental or whether it is intentional in disruptions of subsea cables? To Minister Vautoin, thank you for your remarks, and you outlined how France is an Indo-Pacific power and the crisis around the Strait of Hormuz. France is probably one of the only European players with military power and presence in the Indo-Pacific, particularly in the Indian Ocean region. It has the capacity to ensure sea lanes of communications, security with bases in Mayotte, La Réunion, UAE, and Djibouti. Can we expect France to see using some of this military power to re-establish SLOC security in the Indo-Pacific? And Bastian, sorry if I could just add in one last question to both Australia and France. Do you still see relevance for the India-Australia-France grouping, which lost its momentum after AUKUS? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take next from the Young Leaders Group and from the Solomon Islands, Loretta Brigida Manele. Loretta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister from Australia. Australia and China has been and still is very influential in the South Pacific region in terms of infrastructure, education, health, and even climate change. My question is, how can Australia and China work together to ensure regional peace and prosperity in the region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the United Kingdom, John Chipman. John.
Thank you very much, Bastian. I have a question for Sheikh Saud. You rightly pay tribute to the hard work that Field Marshal Munir is doing in mediation in the current conflict in the Gulf, but I think we should also pay respect to the efforts made by your own Prime Minister, Mohammed Al-Thani. At present, there has been a lot of discussion on Iran and Oman taking some sort of joint responsibility for the Strait. And I understand that Oman understands that charging a toll is illegal under international law, but they appear to be looking at a kind of payment system to cover security and infrastructure costs. And could you enlighten us as to what you have learned about the ideas that Oman is putting forward in order to charge some form of legal revenue for secure passage through the Straits? And to Richard and Catherine, now that we have much better capabilities to surveil gray area threats, could each of you say what you think is the deterrent value of attributing activity in the gray area? Will it actually make a difference if we attribute, even preemptively, our knowledge of gray area threats?
Thank you very much, John. And we'll take from the United States, Patrick Cronin. Patrick.
Thank you very much. I wonder for all three of our excellent speakers how they see AI-enabled technologies amplifying undersea and shipping threats, and what do they think are some of the best means of remedying these new technological challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll take a question from China, Xi Chang.
Thank you, Dr. Jigarich. My question is for French Minister of Armed Forces and Veterans. As to US war against Iran this year, European countries, including France, refused to follow. Then Washington said that it will reassess the role of NATO. So my question is, what's your opinion about the future development of NATO and the French role in it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I might take maybe two more, again from the Young Leaders Group and from Cambodia, Esa Rayos Min.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. I would like to ask the question to all the three panelists. First of all, as Asia facing the growing maritime tension, how can stable, balanced sovereignty right with the need to present trust, legal certainty, and long-term regional stability can be exist? And with the recent precedents of the crisis of strategic trust that is happening in Southeast Asia, can a stable maritime order be sustained if negotiation on maritime agreement is no longer valued as doable and predictable? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we take from Malaysia, Trisha Yeo.
Thank you for having me. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask this question to all the panelists. So this morning, we heard from the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, calling on its partners and allies to expand their defense spending, specifically increasing to 3.5% of GDP. He also tied this to consequences should these allies engage in free riding. Now, I don't think any of the three countries represented on stage are in danger of that. But I quote, they will face a clear shift in how we do business. So I'd like to have the positions of the three panelists on the principle of the administration's strategy of tying defense and security commitments directly with trade benefits, especially for smaller states, say in the Indo-Pacific, that may not be able to afford this. This principle of tying security and trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'll take one more and then advance warning to the panel that I'll ask you to pick up on these questions in reverse order which you originally spoke. But we'll take one more from the Young Leader Group and from Myanmar, Suwai Mon.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My question is to all the panelists. As maritime security challenges become increasingly complex, what should be the top priorities for regional cooperation, and where do you see the greatest potential for public-private partnership as well as civil military cooperation to build resilience against physical as well as cyber threats against critical maritime and undersea infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we shall now return to responses from the panel. We will then have time for a second round of questions. And if I may invite Minister Autain to start the response round. You have a few of the themes summarized for you in front of you, but please select some of the questions that you would want to respond to.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz, and we talked about this earlier. Of course, France is one of the Indo-Pacific countries, and France is very clear on this. Our willingness has to do with our diplomatic actions. We want to make sure that the strait is once again open. Having it open once again is about respecting a key principle. It's about the freedom of navigation. What France offered during the multinational military mission is to have a diplomatic talk, but of course we need to make sure that we have discussions with the ship owners and insurance representatives to make sure that we can support boats there, to make sure that they're safely supported. Of course, this is a key mission. And this mission is being discussed and talked with more than 40 partners, and more than 20 of them are committed to providing resources. So this is an international initiative. And beyond Hormuz and its consequences, and our Qatari colleague talked about this, here it comes down to more than this. It comes down to the freedom of navigation, and it circles back to all the international treaties. Now I would like to jump back to another question asked here today, namely the role of NATO and the relationship between France and NATO. Very concretely, and we will talk about this during the NATO summit in July. What we want to concretely do is to come up with this European pillar of NATO. Of course, we will work hand in hand with the US. You know the history behind the US and France, more than 250 years of relationship. Of course, we are allies, but it doesn't mean that we always see eye to eye, but we remain allies. And our position when it comes to the Near and Middle East is the following. France has its own approach. It's a defensive approach. It's not an offensive approach. And this is a key element here today. Now, about the questions when it comes to the military budget, and I would like also to talk about AI. We were able to learn lessons from wars in Ukraine, in the Middle East. What we saw is that the world is rearming itself, but also what we see is that things are changing with regards to the military, the role of drones, the role of surface-to-air systems. We talked a lot about underwater cables, and what we see today is that we are going from down below undersea to all the way up to space in the military domain. So we need to go even further when it comes to R&D. We need to develop more AI solutions. We need to have more answers and more solutions. And this is what we do with many countries. And it's a reason why we have coalitions. And I also would like to talk about what we do with our industrial partners. AI will allow to develop new concepts when it comes to maritime, naval, ground solutions. And we see here what is at stake for all countries all around the world.
Deputy Prime Minister, may I invite you to pick up on some of these, of course, in particular on John's question on Oman's proposal. I'm sure you have a view, and then a few of the other themes. There were questions on how AI might change the picture and provide some remedies, and the theme of maritime stability and the difficulty of come to agreed negotiated solutions. Maybe you can pick up on that as well.
Thank you. About charging legal revenue, I think Qatar and also the partners in the Gulf stated very clearly that charging fees will always impact the consumer. So we are against this, but for certain times that they say they will use it for mind clearing or some usage of the fees for a temporary time, this is something that negotiable, and it could be something that will help the transit of the Strait of Hormuz to be back to normal stage. But I reiterate here that this should be not a legal fees that will impact even to other straits that will follow the same example, and this will bring us to a disorder of the maritime solution. The second point regarding the AI, I think what we faced in Qatar in the last, and also in the region, in the last 2 months since the end of February, what give us now the experience that we can use the technology and the AI in the defensive way to see how we can prevent using the AI from all the different layers of the air defense. Because that will give us a very accurate response to whatever we are going to use from our assets. And you can imply this to the usage, how we can make the safeguard of the transit in the maritime. And also in the cabling underwater, where will be the pipeline or what will be the fiber optics cables. We can use AI and the technology to prevent any kind of this, ordering of these connections. Regarding the cooperation and partnership, we thank France and the UK for the initiatives, which we joined in Qatar among around 50 countries. And I think this will make sure that we will have a sustainable solution for the Strait of Hormuz and for any other examples in the future. Because we want to make sure that there is enough assets to protect the ship and also to give the confidence for the ship owner that Strait of Hormuz are back to normal. And this is something that in Qatar also we support in different sectors to make sure that these will be coming into action once the agreement hopefully will come soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister Miles, you've got a few Australia-specific ones, and then also a few of the wider panel questions, please.
Well, I might start with the question from Cambodia, which spoke about the importance of strategic trust in how we operate, and there is not a simple answer to the question about how to build strategic trust, but one would observe that strategic trust is really the single most precious commodity that all of us are trying to create in this room. And I think for a lot of us, our jobs are on the one hand about building the military capability which defends our own country's interests, but also building the strategic trust around that with our neighbours to ensure that what we are doing is actually contributing to a peaceful region and a peaceful world. And that ultimately is about being really clear in signalling why we do what we do in terms of the military capabilities that we seek to acquire and to build. But strategic trust fundamentally underpins all that we are trying to do here in terms of build better architectures in respect of the maritime domain. There was a question from India in respect of whether or not there is an architecture that is required in the Indo-Pacific to match the architecture of NATO in the North Atlantic in respect of dealing with seabed cables. I think actually the architecture in the Indo-Pacific and this part of the world is fit for purpose. There is a lot of architecture here, and most essential to that from Australia's point of view would be ASEAN. But I don't think there is a need to build on that. But I think what is right is that there does need to be a collective response to the challenge of seeking to protect undersea or seabed architecture, and with that more broadly the rules of the road at sea. There was a question from Myanmar about how public-private partnerships, or what's the best way for public-private partnerships to contribute to the protection of critical infrastructure at sea. And there was also a question from the US about AI, and my colleagues on the stage have spoken about AI. I think to start there, AI clearly AI clearly depends on subsea cables, but AI has an important role to play, I think, in protecting subsea cables. But what that points to is that as we move forward, emerging technology is going to be a critical component of how we go about building a regime which does protect the architecture or the infrastructure which exists on our seabeds. And right there is the most significant way, to come back to the Myanmar question, we can see public-private partnerships contributing to the way forward here. There was we had a question around attribution and the importance of attribution. I think what I would say there is attribution has played a significant role in cyberspace in terms of how we seek to combat cyber threats. Attribution needs to be done carefully. You need to be actually able to attribute, and this is one of the issues which exists, I think, in this emerging area of subsea infrastructure. But I think just as we've seen attribution play an important part in how we are dealing with the threats in respect of cyberspace, I think it has a role to play here as well. From the Solomon Islands, there was a really good question about how can Australia and China work together in terms of the Pacific. And I like the question because it kind of flips the paradigm, which is that the Pacific is a place of increased strategic competition, which I actually think it is. But I have long said that I feel that the great challenge amongst Pacific Island countries, which are amongst the least developed countries in the world where development is happening the slowest, is fundamentally human development. And I think we heard last night from Tolam the importance of human development in the context of security and peace. And that applies in the Pacific as well. And there is great work that can be done in terms from all countries wanting to assist in building human development in the Pacific, amongst Pacific Island countries. And I think right there is probably the answer to the question that was raised. There was a question from Japan in respect to Bougainville and what its future is in terms of its relationship or its place in Papua New Guinea. Look, there's been a long-standing peace agreement which has set out a pathway in respect of whatever is the future status in relation to Bougainville. From our point of view, we think that is being followed by both, by Bougainville and Port Moresby. We seek simply to see that the terms of that peace agreement dating back to, someone will correct me, dating back to I think 2000, is kept faith with. But our observation is that is what's happening, and we work with Papua New Guinea, and obviously we also work with Bougainville in respect of however Australia can support that process playing out. Finally, there was the question from Malaysia in relation to defence spending and its link to trade. I'd make 2 points. Burden sharing has been a point that has been made by successive administrations of the United States really since the Second World War. It's, yes, we are very much seeing it. We saw it today in the speech that was made by Secretary Hegseth, but you can look at successive comments that have been made by successive US administrations over a long period of time, and obviously, from an American perspective, it's completely understandable that would be the position that America would have, and we totally accept the legitimacy of the burden sharing conversation on the part of the United States, and we seek to engage with it. In relation to trade, we've also made clear our view that global trade has brought great prosperity to the globe, and that the more that we are reducing trade barriers, the better.
Thank you very much. There are more than 20 people are seeking the floor, so I will again try and group maybe 6, 8 or so into a range of questions. Here we have first in this round, please, from Vietnam, Hai Do Tan. The microphone is on.
Yeah, thank you so much for Mr. Chair. And my question addressed to Australian Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles. I think that the questions in the South China Sea, also its agencies, is not about just gray zone, but the very much imbalance of power, hard power in the region, so make the other country in a very difficult position, whether they're facing the escalatory rupture or maybe they have to compromise some very key interest. Also, that the disproportionate cost of facing the coercion because the country in the front lines who usually facing the coercion and that kind of any cost that would happen. So I would invite your discussion and elaboration of the Australian views and policy and how to make that balance right, how to support the coastal state in East Asia to face up the coercion in a way that it in more sustainable way in the long term. It's not just a short-term engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will have from France, Lucy Béraud-Soudreau. Lucy.
Thank you. My question is for all three speakers. Each of you mentioned in your speeches the importance of rules to preserve maritime security. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said earlier this morning that the rules-based order was a utopian idea. How do you reconcile your vision with the one proposed by the United States? Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the Young Leaders Group and from Timor-Leste, Ana Pereira de Arario.
Thank you very much. My question is for the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia. Your Excellency, I'm very happy to see you here today. My question is on the illegal fishing in Timor-Leste exclusive economic zone, which can possess a threat to Timor-Leste national security and food security. Given that Timor-Leste and Australia share its maritime border zone, and also given your dual role as Minister of Defence, how can Australia, my question is, how can Australia and Timor-Leste deepen its bilateral defence and maritime surveillance cooperation to robustly monitor and deter these transnational maritime infractions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we take from China, Chanyu Kao.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm the senior captain from the PLA NDU China. My question is for the Deputy Prime Minister of Qatar. And thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, and for your excellent presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned that the conflict in the Middle East has caused severe disruption of maritime navigation and also global energy supplies. And also getting the shipping and also the energy supplies back to normal as soon as possible is a top priority for the international community. My question is, in your opinion, what is the right and feasible way to attack this? And how will things play out in the near future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll take from Indonesia, Frega Ferdinand Venas Inkriwang.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to address my question to all the three speakers. As we are aware that maritime security is very essential and where collective response is also pivotal. I would like to ask this is actually the most plausible way to synchronize both traditional and non-traditional security approach orientation, because some part of the nation they have different orientation, while at the same time they have to balance between the prosperity and security, and also in compliance with their domestic politics, the constitution, and also the gap in resources, technology, and capacity that they have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the UK, Nick Childs. Nick?
Thank you, Bastien. The threats we have seen recently in terms particularly of maritime trade and threats to shipping, particularly in the Red Sea perhaps, and the Strait of Hormuz, have underlined the challenges in terms of defence and protection that can be delivered against asymmetric and complex threats. Is this leading to a need to reassess what naval and maritime forces can actually do to provide that protection, or at the very least whether there needs to be a reassessment of the kinds of capabilities beyond AI that need to be developed in order to provide that protection in the future? Question to all the panelists. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nick. And from the Young Leaders Group and Australia, Sam Bashfield. Sam.
Thank you, Chair. My question's to all of the panellists. So we've seen a considerable build-up of offensive sea mining capacities in this region. It's a hugely problematic weapon that many countries have abandoned many years ago and has huge implications for surface fleets, for subsea movements, and for the digital infrastructure that's on our seabeds. So I'd welcome the views of any of the panellists on the re-emergence of this potent weapon and the implications for regional maritime security.
Thank you very much. And from the Philippines, Pedro Soria.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to address my question to the distinguished speaker from Australia, the Deputy Prime Minister. With all the destabilizing activities in the maritime domain, which are illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive, that are done with impunity by some interest actors, what new approaches can like-minded nations take to prevent the perversion of the rules-based rule or order?
Thank you very much. And from Germany, Ben Schreier. Ben?
Thank you, Bastian. Quick question to Deputy Prime Minister Miles. You talked about the existential risk for Australia in regards to sea cable sabotage. Is one of the conclusions that Australia might want to invest in state-owned sea cable repair assets given this existential threat? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the Young Leaders Group and from Thailand, Seksan Anantasi Kira. Seksan.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for DPM Sheikh Saud of Qatar. In your view, what is the possible role of the Gulf Cooperation Council or GCC in strengthening maritime security in the Middle East? Are there any possibilities, problems or obstacles? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to take two more from the Republic of Korea, OMB Kim.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My question goes to Qatar Vice Prime Minister. You mentioned Qatar's responses to the current regional challenges. So in this context, I'd like to ask, when balancing national interest and regional stability and international expectations, what would be the Qatar's top priorities in when you shape your policies to preserve peace and guarantee the freedom of navigation in the Gulf region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll take one more from the Young Leaders Group and from Myanmar to Itet.
Thank you, Chair. And my question goes to French Minister. So in your speech, you mentioned about the importance of reliability in partnerships. So given the recent developments in the relationship between the US and Europe, as well as with Canada, do you still see the US as a reliable partner? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's take those questions, the fairly wide range. I felt there's a slight focus on a few things, Middle Eastern and for Qatar. So actually, I will come to you last in this round because you have a large batch of issues. Deputy Prime Minister Mars, if I can ask you to perhaps kick us off, and then we'll come to Minister Votin, and then we'll finish this round with the Deputy Prime Minister from Qatar. Richard.
Well, firstly, there was a question from, well, a series of questions actually from France specifically about the rules, and it was, I felt like that's underpinned the question in a way from the Philippines and Vietnam, but both of them were kind of how we can provide assistance in respect to this. But let me just talk about the rules to start with. We are great believers, as I've said in the speech that I made today, about the importance of the rules-based order. And we feel that we are at a point in time where sometimes that almost feels out of fashion. But I've often kind of referred to the fact that if you fly low over the maritime or the waters between Australia and Indonesia, you can sometimes actually see the maritime boundary because it is marked out by how far south the Indonesian fishing vessels come. And the people on board those fishing vessels aren't public international lawyers. They're from fishing villages, but they actually understand the international rules-based order and they are living by it. The rules work. We live by them, our neighbours live by them, and they are profoundly important. And they do give smaller countries, as I said, agency. Now, Secretary Hegseth made a point this morning in the Q&A, which I really do agree with, which is where he said that there is effectively a relationship between power and rules, which is completely true. And he said, rules that aren't backed up by power aren't worth the paper they're written on. I agree with that. And so I actually think we are not speaking from different places. It is two sides of the same coin. There does need to be an underpinning power which underwrites the rules. And I understand America's fundamental point, which is that they can't be the underwriter of those rules alone, that the contribution to the power which underpins those rules must be made by all of us. Completely agree with that. Our only point would be, and I actually think this is a point that was shared by Secretary Hegseth this morning, is that in underwriting, in putting in place that power, it really matters that that power comes in combination with rules. And actually, I think in his answer this morning, Secretary Hegseth acknowledged that. The two are related. And this is, I think, where sometimes people get this wrong. This is not a dichotomy. It's in fact a relationship. You do need power that underpins rules, and you need the rules in place as well. And in a way that then goes to the questions that have been asked by Vietnam and Timor-Leste in their own ways. How can other countries help in the context of the application of rules in their varying spaces, be it the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea or the protection of the fisheries in the shared maritime space between Australia and Timor-Leste? I mean, we very much see that we have a role in respect of both. A large part of what the Royal Australian Navy does today is assert the rules-based order in places like the South China Sea, and we see that that's an important activity that a whole range of nations should undertake. And in respect of we really acknowledge that the exclusive economic zone of Timor-Leste, but for that matter, the exclusive economic zone of the Pacific Island nations, for example, is the key economic asset which so many of these countries have, and we are very keen to play our part in helping maintain that asset through greater maritime domain awareness and surveillance, and we very much talk with the Timor-Leste government in respect of that. A few other specifics which came up. There was a question from Germany about sea cables and whether or not, given the comments I made, we would be interested in a state-owned sea cable. For us, it is less about that and more about how we can be developing systems which and norms, I guess, and processes which protect the sea cables that are there. An Australian state-owned sea cable would be as vulnerable to the threats as the sea cables which connect us right now. There was a question from Australia in respect of the application of sea mines. We do see that as a concern, and I think that is something that all countries need to be looking at in terms of dealing with, preventing it from happening, calling for it not to happen, but also dealing with it once it is there. Perhaps the final question that I go to was asked by the UK, which was around asymmetry of maritime assets. I think kind of a reference to perhaps cheaper drones or autonomous systems that might operate in the maritime domain and what that means for more complex, expensive, exquisite capabilities. Look, it's a really good question. I think all of this is reshaping the way in which all of us are thinking about how we build our defence forces. We are definitely, certainly from an Australian point of view, incorporating, it's really the big thing that we did in the National Defence Strategy that we announced a month ago, was to put an emphasis on autonomous systems, drone and counter-drone technology, very much with that asymmetry question in mind. But I would also say that there is still a place for the large, exquisite technological platforms. I don't think it is a case of either or, but I think it is about building a kind of a doctrine which enables both to play the critical roles which we see they do in the overall architecture of the defence forces that we're trying to build.
Thank you very much. If I can turn to the Minister from France to pick up on the questions, please.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'd like to jump back to what was said when it comes to the importance of rules. And I'd like to list down those rules and go back in time, because some of those rules were born after the Second World War. And we see that in Europe, they led to 50 years of peace. And we talked about the dividends of war. And maybe for the longest time, we didn't look at the rules, we didn't look at rearmament. But with this new century, we have new conflicts, new wars, and this all started back in 2022 in Europe. So I would never say that rules are obsolete. But what we see, though, is that the geostrategic situation is changing. New technologies are questioning the change and the evolution of some rules. We talked about seabeds, we talked about underwater cables, and my Australian colleague just said it. As of today, within this domain, we don't have that many rules. So there are domains where we'll need to go further. So the rules are not outdated, we just need to update them. Now, we talked about the place of the Navy. The Navy is still a key, and it keeps on evolving. And there's a key example, drug trafficking. Drug trafficking is today a key issue, and the Navy today, as of today, can support, accompany the territories, their surveillance capabilities, and France made this choice, and we decided to invest in the new aircraft carrier. It shows that we believe in our Navy, but it also comes down to our understanding of the situation. One aircraft carrier, aircrafts, and submarines. It's the whole ensemble that helps us have a very important presence. Now, about the question on what I said about the reliable partners and our relationship with the US. I'm going to repeat myself. France has, for the past 60 years, the same strategy. It comes down to our sovereignty based on two pillars: nuclear deterrence and conventional armed forces. On top of that, we decided to keep on investing in our defense, and we doubled our defense budget in over 10 years. Next week, we will be commemorating D-Day. The US and France have more than 250 years of history. We have strong bonds, and it shows also that defense agreements don't always have to do with the US. We have defense agreements with the Emirates, with Qatar, with many other actors in the Middle East. 3 months ago, they were attacked. They helped us. They called us to help them, to be there to defend them in a defensive approach. And we answered the call. We signed an agreement. It's a reliable agreement. France answers the call, and France is present when needed.
Very much, Minister. Deputy Prime Minister, over to you.
Thank you. I will start with a question from China. What is the solution, and what is the sustainable solution? We look always to understanding first the problem, and then to look what will be the sustainable solution, especially for the Strait of Hormuz. Because the Strait of Hormuz is like you are choking the neck of the world. When you hold the Strait of Hormuz closed, then you are having trouble everywhere. So what we did a collective approach with all the GCC. We did also a collective approach with our partner in the region. But the main thing also, we need to sit and to discuss that in a very open discussion with Iran, because Iran is also a partner, and a neighbor that will always have a role in the Strait of Hormuz. So we need to understand what is the vision, or what is the understanding of all the problems that Iran think about for the Strait of Hormuz, in order to find a sustainable solution, because we think that a military solution will not be always a solution. And from there, all these should be under the role of the United Nations, and then after that, I think we will find a sustainable solution that will continue. In addition of building our capabilities in the region, building the capabilities for the maritime, I think there was also a question from the UK regarding what the naval the Navy should do in the future. I think very important to involve the unmanned boats, the drones, the anti-drones, and not only having the capability of the assets, but also involving this within your training, your personnel, which is very important to understand the new technology and the new threats that are coming, which is based on the drones and the capability to do the anti-drones. About 1 year ago, in Qatar, we did a defensive review, and we based this into the 3 pillars. One of them was drone and anti-drone capability to build our military. The second was the air defense in terms of ballistic missiles and anti-ballistic missiles. And the third pillar in our defense review was the cybersecurity and how to counter, also measure the cybersecurity. I think what we have seen in the last 10 years, this is the major threat, and this can apply if it is in the air defense or will be in the land force or will be in the Navy. So this is some of the area that all the Navy, what we think in our region, are investing in the coming month and years. There's a question from Thailand regarding the approach of the GCC. I just highlighted some of it, but for us in the GCC, we are also working together to have a very clear strategy of what we want to have the relationship with Iran. Still, if I speak, openly, we don't have a one main strategy with how to deal with Iran. Very important, we want to set up, a clear strategy and a clear approach with Iran in order to have a strategy for all the relationship that we have with Iran, including the trading strategy and also the political strategy with Iran. There was a question from Korea about balancing the relationship. I think Qatar was known in the last decade about the mediation that we are doing. Also currently, we are supporting the mediation of Pakistan. I think balancing the relationship between our relationship with the United States, with also other allied, but also balancing the relationship with Iran is very important because Iran is our neighbor today, and they've been our neighbor yesterday, but they will be our neighbor in the future. So we need to make sure that there is a relationship based on trust, based on a clear understanding of their threat that they think they have, but also they have to understand our relationship in our GCC country, but also in the Arab countries, because that is, we always discuss it with Iran in the last 15 or 20 years. And I think the confidence that we have built with the United States and also with other allies that give us these trust to take this mediation forward, which we hope it will come into a result that we will have a sustainable solution for our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marvelous. That brings our session to a close. The ministers have a ministerial engagement, a roundtable and a lunch, and everybody else has also now a lunch break. So let me invite you to thank our fantastic speakers for grappling with this complex theme. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch break. And if I can ask you to be back in here at 2:45 for the special address this afternoon, that'd be very helpful. Thank you very much.